Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Treasurer Mookhey, an accompanying official, to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of the Treasurer. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome again, and I thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Treasurer, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For Mr Coates-Trotter, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thank you. Michael Coates-Trotter, Secretary of the New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr Coates-Trotter. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Treasurer for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We will then have a 15-minute break before holding a session with witnesses from independent agencies from 3:45 to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition. Mr Tudor-Hope.
Thank you.
I think
Chair, so
second
Mr.
page
Mookhey, can you just move your microphone a little bit closer to you?
I can't hear you, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you move your microphone a little bit closer to you?
I can if you can.
No.
Do you mind doing that as well?
No, you can hear me. I'm sure. Well,
Genuinely, you might help.
yeah, I'm sure you can. So, Treasurer, in respect of the McPhillamys gold mine, had you anticipated any royalties from that gold mine and included them in the 24-25 budget?
The long and short of that is that royalties are not paid until mines are operational. And as I understand it with that particular project, that project is in construction phase for a number of years before the liability to the state for the extraction of people's resources would require the payment of a royalty. And so it's fair to say that the royalties assumptions that are contained within the budget are reflective of the expected extractions of operating mines over the next 4 years.
Have you got any modelling about the expected extractions from that mine?
The applicant has made the point that should such a mine operate, they expect to be paying circa $200 million in royalties.
That's right. So that would be an impact on the New South Wales economy by way of loss of those royalties, obviously, if they're not collected.
Well, given the mine has not got approval to proceed, as is in respect to its tailing dams, the impact on the economy spans the impact in the construction phase, the operational phase, the export phase, as well as an impact on the state's royalties income.
And in term potentially in terms of payroll tax as well, would it not?
I presume that all people who are operating businesses that satisfy the threshold pay payroll tax, and my understanding is that mine would absolutely satisfy that requirement.
You would be supportive.
You're blocking your...
You would be supportive of that mine proceeding, would you not?
Well, I support the expansion of gold mining in New South Wales when it's done in accordance with the law.
Yeah, but given the Premier was absolutely in direct conflict with the Environment Minister yesterday and questioned the rationale for the refusal of that gold mine, you support the Premier's
I
position.
concur with the Premier.
And that mine should be proceeding.
Well, I concur with the evidence that the Premier gave you yesterday.
So, do you agree with me that there is a potential solution in relation to that issue, and that is for the disallowance motion to be passed by the Senate?
Well, I think that I'll leave the Senate to its own deliberations. In terms of what the government is doing, I think it's fair and reasonable for the government to operate under the conditions that are currently.
But if you
I was just answering your question.
Yeah, well,
I was answering your question.
Yeah, well, I heard
Do you mind if
I
I
had
answer
the answer that I wanted.
No. I think, Mr. Tudor, to be fair,
Well, you
just give,
Order,
give me
Mr. Tudor.
perhaps
Let
15 more
the
seconds.
Treasurer answer the question.
I would simply make the point that the direct actions that the New South Wales government can take are the actions that the Minister for Natural Resources is taking, and that is to engage with the proponent and to see whether or not there is an alternative solution to the particular issue of the tailings dam. And we as a government are working collegiately. Of course, the Minister for Natural Resources is the lead. I think it's fair and reasonable for the Minister to engage in that action under the law as it presently stands. And of course, we'll leave it to the Senate to undertake its own deliberation.
Yeah, but hang on. When you were faced with difficulties in relation to the GST, you were very vocal in terms of your encouragement of the federal government to take a different position in relation to the GST distribution from the Grants Commission, weren't you?
Well, I'll leave it to you to characterise my level of vitriol.
Well, I was left in no doubt about your level of vitriol, Treasurer. So why aren't you adopting the same level of vitriol in respect of your encouragement for this dam to proceed and encouraging those New South Wales senators from the Labor Party to, just let me finish my question, encouraging those New South Wales senators from the Labor Party to in fact support a disallowance motion in relation to this regulation?
Because I'm interested in an outcome, not theatre. And when it comes to this particular position, I think that the manner in which the government is engaging is what you'd expect from a mature government. And that is, we work as a team, we each play our respective roles, and we explain our actions to the community, and particularly those that are affected. And I think, as you'll see from the position that's been adopted by the Premier and the Minister for the Natural Resources, we're getting the balance right between being clear about where we think the federal government could do better, but equally taking our responsibility to ensure that the practical steps that we can take are indeed undertaken.
Yeah, but it would be real action, not words, real actions to support the disallowance motion.
Well, Mr. Tudor, I would simply make the point that I think those people who in the community who are affected by this have a reasonable expectation that their state government engage on this matter in a manner which is constructive, and therefore our responsibility is broader than simply adopting a view that says it's only a matter for the Senate to resolve. I will leave the Senate to its deliberations. I think we've made our view crystal clear. I think the Premier has been, and the Minister for Natural Resources, and the other ministers who are responsibility from the New South Wales government matter in this respect, have been very clear about what the New South Wales government's position is on this, and equally engaging with the community, the proponent, the affected workers, who are wanting more than just carry on. They actually want an outcome.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you support the disallowance?
Well, I'll simply...
Do you support it?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. What I support is the federal government obviously providing an explanation of their answers. I'll leave the Senate to its deliberations. Our focus here is on ensuring that the steps that we can take are indeed taken. I don't think that it would be wise for this government to simply pretend as though we can pass the buck to the Senate. I think it's our responsibility to ensure and to engage constructively with this issue in the wake of the decisions that have been made by the federal government.
So the mining company, it says, if
Sorry,
this,
Mr. Chair, you're covering your mouth.
so the mining
Sorry, point of order. Sorry, Chair. The Treasurer did ask if Mr. Tudor could bring his microphone forward. It is a long distance away. This is not the first time that a Treasurer has made this request in this room. If the member
does it all the time.
could please bring
people need
it
to
forward
You can hear me.
to
I
allow
sat here close to you. Sorry.
to allow people to be able to hear each other, that'd be, I think, the decent
Is
thing
there
to
anyone
do.
in this room who can't hear me?
Well, to the point of
You're being a bit-
I'll rule on the point of order. I can hear
Some people have
Mr.
hearing issues.
Tudor
I do.
loud and clear, for better or worse. And but if he could bring the microphone a little bit closer to assist the treasurer.
This is a fixed microphone, I have to tell you, Chair. The microphone doesn't move.
No, it does.
It does move.
Completely moves.
This one doesn't move.
Damien's doesn't.
Damien's doesn't. Look, let's
It's a fixed
proceed,
microphone.
and maybe you could just speak up a little. If you could just proceed, Mr. Tudor, Hope, speak up a
See,
little.
I
And not
know you
cover
need
your
it.
mouth.
At least he has the height.
You got the high chair and the
Elocution.
fixed microphone.
So, do I understand from your action, that all from your responses, this is the summary of where we are. You're happy for a situation to exist where 17 people have made a recommendation to the Environment Minister in the federal government, and the potentially, and if the mine owners are to be believed, the New South Wales government not only will lose out on the job capacity of this mine, but will lose out on potentially $200 million in royalties. And you're comfortable with that position, are you?
I think, Mr. Tudor, I think any fair characterisation of the government's position is not the manner in which you just described.
Well, you've indicated to me nothing, have you, that you are prepared to do?
I think, Mr. Tudor, as I explained, as a government, the senior ministers of the government, all the ministers of the government have been engaged on the issue. We are a team. We work as a team. We don't, for example, say one thing to each other and then text random messages to 2GB to undermine each other. We support each other in our roles.
That was gratuitous, wasn't it? But that's unbecoming and unworthy of you. But at any rate,
But I just make the
Order.
point, Mr. Tudor, that that is the culture in which we adopt in order to be effective.
but you haven't indicated one thing, have you, that you're prepared to do?
Well, Mr.
Not
Tudor-
just talk about it, Treasurer, to do.
Mr. Tudor, I have, and if you, I accept the fact that you might not like the answer, but I have, and I would also just make the point. I don't think it's wise to pretend that there's a bigger difference here between your side of politics and my side of politics in New South Wales on this issue. I well and truly respect where you're coming from on this matter, and I would also just think that one of the hallmarks of what could be this parliament is that on serious issues, both sides seriously engage. And I don't think it's wise to artificially pretend that the differences between us are such that it's a wild gulf. I think I accept your point that you feel as though the Senate can play a role.
Yes.
I'll leave it to the Senate to their deliberations. I think it's fair and reasonable, therefore, that you accept my point that the manner in which we're engaging with the proponent of this particular project, the affected community, is what a mature government would do.
Well, there isn't a vast difference between us. We both want this mine to proceed. We see the benefits for the community. But in fact, you'll be aware, of course, that the disallowance motion has been moved by our side of politics, has it not?
Well, I take your word for that.
Well, thank you. The extension of the no worse off guarantee, which was negotiated by the Premier, has that actually been legislated yet?
It's an intergovernmental agreement.
Yeah.
And therefore, as a result, it's an undertaking that was obtained from the National Cabinet and reflected therefore. And I simply make the point that when it comes to the legislation of the no worse off guarantee, it's an important point of context here is that in 2018, when that legislation was enacted by the then Morrison government, they sunsetted the no worse off guarantee from 2026. The position of the federal government, after much advocacy and, dare I say, vitriol from the states, was to see that extended. And I was pleased that that was done. But I make the point now, as I made back then, that simply ensures that the states maintain their current position for a further 3 years. It doesn't resolve the issue long term. There is a requirement for a long-term resolution. I understand the Federal Treasurer has made the point that there is to be a Productivity Commission inquiry to commence, I believe, by the end of next year, I think it is. And he certainly has made the point that he would like to see the outcome of that inquiry. It's fair to say that the New South Wales government has very strong views about the GST system as it presently applies, and therefore you can expect us, Mr Tudor-Hope, to be participating in that Productivity Commission inquiry, and I'm pleased and confident in the steps that the Secretary and the Treasury are taking to prepare for it.
So, just in answer to my question, the no worse off guarantee hasn't been legislated yet. Are you suggesting that it doesn't need to be?
Well, I make the point, I don't want them to legislate a protection for the states in a bad system. And I make the point that rather than legislating the extension of the no worse off guarantee system, I'd much prefer that the Federation have a better system.
And I can agree on that.
So I'm not going to necessarily say that the New South Wales government's expectation is for a bad system to be permanently legislated. I would much prefer a bad system to be dispatched with.
Well, so can I just take you back to the question? It hasn't been legislated.
Mr. Tudor,
So you've acknowledged that there is a sunset date contained in the current legislation.
Well, I'm making the point to you, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that as a matter of fact, you are quite correct in saying it's not been legislated.
Thank you.
As a matter of substance, I'm asking you, why would you want it to be?
Well, because if there is a sunset date in the legislation, I would not want that sunset date to
Well,
pass
then I'm sure,
without
Mr.
being
Tudor, you'd
legislated.
be pleased with the fact that the New South Wales government and others ensured that that was extended for a further 3 years. And I'm sure that you would join with me in saying that the entire system is ridiculous. The entire system is in need of reform, and that New South Wales, once more, is being asked to carry the Federation on its shoulders.
Yep.
Right now, for every dollar that is collected in New South Wales, only 84 cents comes back, which is the lowest level we've ever had. And I think, and you'll find in this particular budget, you'll see that our expectations as to New South Wales GST share drops each year to a point where we will be receiving, I believe, Secretary, 79 cents in the dollar.
The lowest level ever.
And
But there's,
so
there's a formula for calculating that, though, isn't there?
it is ridiculous formula to calculate
well,
that. And I think that it's important that we take this
we're-
opportunity to both be on Team New South Wales here when it comes to getting a better system.
100%.
And
We're
I
both
think,
on Team New
and
South
I'm
Wales.
thrilled, therefore, that regardless of which one of us should be treasurer, that let us both undertake to resolve to campaign for as long as it takes to get a better system.
100%. So you should have known well in advance about how the GST formula would have been applied at the time of the half-yearly statement,
Well, Mr.
should you
Tudor,
not?
I wish the GST system was as simple as filing your nomination forms, but it's not. And it's the same system that was in place when you were the finance minister.
But the fact that those things that the Grants Commission takes...
I mean, I would like the system to be as simple, simple, that even the Liberal Party could understand
Well,
it. But
even
we're
a
not there
competent
yet.
treasurer might have
We're
been able
not
to
there
predict. A
yet.
competent treasurer may have been able to predict what the GST allocation would have been.
Mr. Tudor, once
And
more,
the forecasting may have been a little bit more accurate than what it was.
a minute ago you were on Team New South Wales.
I am on Team New
Why
South
are you
Wales.
wanting to jump off it?
All
I'm saying
what I'm
is-
saying is the competency, your competency, and those advising you is called into question when you can't even do the basic projections relating to the distribution of GST.
Mr. Tudor, if you are, you're welcome to direct that criticism to me, But I'll just make the point that in doing so, you're also directing that criticism to former Treasurer Perrottet, who, when the last time the Commonwealth Grants Commission dudded New South Wales, made the point that the New South Wales is set to lose almost $500 million only reinforces the view that a root and branch overhaul of the GST distribution process and the Commonwealth Grants Commission itself is desperately needed.
I agree.
So I'm the first to accept that if you are indeed legitimate in your criticism of the Treasury and myself in our forecast methodology, then just to be fair and to be consistent, you'd have to direct the same criticism at Treasurer Perrottet back in 2018.
How wrong did he get the forecast?
He got it wrong to the extent that in that particular year, it saw New South Wales lose $451 million.
Yeah.
And to be fair to us, in this particular year, I agree with Treasurer Perrottet's points at the time, that it was, as he described it, black box magic, I think, or words to that effect. And I think he was right. And I think that the system then was absurd. And to be fair to Mr. Perrottet, he made the commitment back in 2018 to get on with the job of arguing for national change. And I simply make the point that when he did so back then, we gave him bipartisanship in that cause. And so I well and truly accept the fact, Mr. Tudor Hope, that you are disappointed with the fact that New South Wales got less money than it deserves.
Correct.
But I just think that if you're going to be fair and consistent of your criticisms of me, you'd have a lot more credibility if you were fair and consistent of your criticisms of Mr. Perrottet too.
I think Mr. Perrottet got the projections much more accurately assessed than you do, Treasurer, but let's move on.
Let's.
Employee expenses. Why has the government reduced its offer to firefighters from 10.5% over 3 years to 10% over 3 years?
Sorry, Mr. Perrottet. Sorry.
That's okay.
Falsely praising you. In respect to the negotiations with the FBU, our offer is public, and I don't believe it's what you just described.
Well, so you don't say that it has?
Well, Mr. Sorry,
Twice.
Mr. Tudor Hope, I'm just pining for the days when the roles will be reversed, clearly. I make the point that we've been in negotiations with the FBU, in essence, since we got here. And I very much respect the FBU. They're a very, very tough union, and they argue very strongly for their members. I would simply make the point that this is a scenario in which we inherited from you. In fact, you'll find that when
that wasn't the question I asked you, Treasurer.
But I do
asked
think
you
it's
why
important
the
context.
offer had been reduced to 10%.
What are you ascribing a reduction in offer to?
The FEBU is saying that the offer of the New South Wales government at the moment is 10%.
No,
Why
think
have you reduced the offer from 10.5 to 10%?
I don't accept the premise that we have.
You say that it hasn't been reduced.
Hasn't been reduced.
Treasurer, if you go to the budget papers on page A1-12 of budget paper number 1.
Could you repeat that, please?
A1-12.
What was that, Mr. Tudor?
Here we are.
A1-12 of budget paper number 1.
Yes.
The funding for the conditional offer of an additional 0.5% is a special appropriation to the Treasurer. You control that 0.5%, don't you? And why have you withdrawn? Why have you withdrawn that offer?
Mr. Tudor, let me take this opportunity to explain to you how bargaining
Good, I'm
works.
happy for you to explain it, Treasurer. That's what budget estimates is all about.
And I'm thrilled that I have that opportunity if we have time, Chair. But I'd simply make the point that I'm sure we can pick it up in the next set of opposition settings, but what you're referring to is the component of our offer, which was in the event that we seek a consent arrangement. Now, the FBU has been engaged in good faith in negotiations, but have elected, amongst others, not to accept the government's offer and to proceed to arbitration. I just point out they have that choice because we brought it back. They did not have that choice under you. And part of the reasons why you have failed as industrial relations...
You've reduced the offer.
The reason you failed to reach agreement with them was because you had no system in place to resolve an impasse.
Oh, yes, we did.
We you got to accept that our mutual gains bargaining system is better than your wage cap.
Tell me how many.
Order, Mr.
Tell me.
Tudor.
Are you saying that the wage cap is better?
No, I'll come back to that.
Order. Your
I'll come
time
back
has
to-
expired, Mr. Tudor Hope. It's
Well,
time.
the clip yesterday was
Order.
just disgraceful.
Order.
They're ridiculous.
Order. We won't have a repeat of yesterday.
Zero-
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope.
0%.
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope.
So,
I'm
Mr.
calling you
Are
to
you
order
saying
for the
you'd-
first
you'd offer
time.
them 0%?
Order, Treasurer.
No, no,
We're not going to have
0%. You
a...
got
Order.
3%.
Take his chair.
No, sorry, I beg your pardon.
I've called you to
sorry.
order one time. I've called you to order for the second time, which would make history if you continue to interject and ignore me. Treasurer, are you a problem gambler?
No.
Are you a gambler at all?
Well,
Yes, he is. He's sitting right here.
I mean, I guess
Do you-
if
do you
you're
punt-
referring
do you-
to the use of, well, no. I mean, in the ordinary definition of the sense, no,
You don't gamble.
I don't.
You don't have a punt, even just occasionally on the, on the Melbourne Cup, never.
No. Well, I mean, it's not reflective of any particular position, but as a practice, it's not one I engage in.
Why not?
Honestly, because my luck ain't that good. Is the first point. The second point is I prefer other forms of recreation.
Have you looked at gambling and thought, well, it's not worth it? Like, why have you not taken it up as a pastime?
Well, I don't necessarily. I think each of us are free to choose how we spend our recreational time. I prefer to read books.
Okay. Is the New South Wales government addicted to gambling revenues?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't characterise it as that, but you are quite right to say that gambling revenues or revenues from gambling activity does form an important part of the state's revenue base. I'd also just make the second point. In large part, that's reflective of a scenario that simply sees that a lot of this activity couldn't be prohibited, and therefore it should be regulated, and therefore should be taxed. Now, I understand that you are campaigning for a similar approach to other forms of industries for which the same approach could be applied. But I'd simply make the point that that is reasons why the New South Wales and every other state has gambling as a part of its revenue base.
Well, I'm glad you raised that, and I'll get to that. But why do you take that? Why does the government take that approach to gambling and not, as I think you're alluding to it, cannabis regulation?
Well, I'd make the point that in large part because there are constitutional questions as to whether or not a state could take that approach to the distribution and consumption of matters like be it cannabis or alcohol.
How do you know that?
Because there's been a series of High Court judgments that suggest that what the form of taxation that you're describing, which is excise taxation, is a matter that's within the province of the Commonwealth.
And is that something that you're actively investigating, or that's just something that's a historical, an assessment of historical precedents?
Well, the best advice that I've received is that the manner in which we tax gambling doesn't fall within the definition of an excise for the purposes of the constitutional settlement.
Treasurer, I nearly called you Premier. Online wagering has experienced rapid growth in New South Wales and is a relatively high risk form of gambling, with a high proportion of those who gamble online being problem gamblers. Gambling provokes family and relationship breakdown, domestic violence and distress, depression, suicide, financial stress and bankruptcy. Gambling places a cost on our society, and online gambling has proliferated. In the ACT, the betting operations tax is 25% with a tax-free threshold of $150,000. In Queensland, the betting tax is applied at a rate of 20% with a tax-free threshold of $300,000. In South Australia, the betting tax is 15% with a tax-free threshold of $150,000. In Tasmania, it's 15% and a net wagering revenue from Tasmania bets over the annual tax-free threshold of $150,000. In New South Wales, the POCT is 15% with a tax-free threshold of $1 million. Why is New South Wales taxing gambling less than other states? Why didn't you increase the New South Wales point of consumption tax to 20% in the 2024 budget?
So let me answer the first question first, Mr. Buckingham. The short answer is those are the arrangements we inherited. The second answer to your second question is that the government has established now a process to consider a proposal that's been made to us by Tabcorp, in which the appropriate role and design of point of consumption taxes is a feature.
So that you're doing that on the behest of that process has been initiated by Tabcorp.
Yes, and I just make the point that is the same process that led to Queensland changing its point of consumption tax, and incidentally, the same process that led to Victoria. So whilst you're right to point out the differences in those in the tax arrangements that apply between those two different the eastern seaboard states, it's fair to say that that both those states undertook similar reforms in response to a similar problem. And frankly, it's because you're quite right to point out that there has been a migration of wagering activity away from retail settings towards online settings. And each state is having to determine whether or not the present design of their revenue arrangements, particularly those that support the racing industry, are sustainable into the long term.
I understand
the difference in the process that I've embarked upon and perhaps the process that the other states did, and I'm not reflecting on their processes by any means, is that firstly, we have revealed the fact that an offer has been made. Secondly, we have established a clear process. And third, we are designing that process so that other affected parties have the opportunity to have input into otherwise what would be considered to be a direct dealing. And the final point I just make is that given that Tabcorp holds our racing distribution agreement, they are a counterparty to an arrangement with the state, and we have good faith obligations to deal with them when they do make such proposals.
The proposal from Tabcorp, I understand, is to consider a lifting of the POC from 15 to 20%.
Obviously I have to respect the ICAC direct dealing guidelines and therefore the confidentiality arrangements that sit behind the process as it presently is.
That was the subject of a memo that went out, wasn't it?
But it's fair to say, Mr. Buckingham, that as has been indicated publicly, that is a feature of their proposal.
Is a feature of their... let me say this first. In New South Wales, the tax-free threshold of 1 million applies for all operators liable for the point of consumption tax. In New South Wales, the threshold is applied to each licensed betting service provider and does not consider grouping arrangements. Grouping provisions such as those in Victoria remove any incentive for a wagering operator to set up multiple entity structures that each have access to an earnings threshold to minimise their overall tax liability. Are multiple entity structures being used in New South Wales to take advantage of the tax-free threshold? And why don't we have business groupings that only take one tax-free threshold? Why don't we have business groupings so that only one tax-free threshold can be claimed? Is this something that you will consider amending in this process?
Mr. Beckham, do you mind if I answer your last question first?
Certainly.
So in respect to the incorporation of grouping provisions into the tax, it's an interesting question. And I have to take advice on that. It's an arrangement which we obviously inherited in the design of the POC point. And equally, you're quite right to say other states have changed it. So it's fair and reasonable, I think, for you to ask whether we'd examine the same. So I'll get back to you on that if you don't mind. In respect to the first part of your questions as to whether or not what the threshold and whether or not it's being used as a way of effectively, I think, as you put it, a tax avoidance measure, that question is really best answered by Revenue New South Wales to the extent to which they do, who have obviously the enforcement rights over the pot of consumption tax. I'm not in a position to provide any insight into the matters for which your question asked, but I do make the point. I think it's a good question.
Appreciate that. Tabcorp currently holds the sole retail wagering totalisator licence in New South Wales with retail exclusivity until June 2033. Tabcorp has been fined $4.6 million in order to transform its operations after the Victorian Gambling and Casino Control Commission found it failed in its approach to responsible gambling. Tabcorp has approached the New South Wales Government with a proposal to make tax and regulatory changes to the wagering sector that would alter the way funding flows to the racing industry. The Government will establish a formal process to consider Tabcorp's proposal, which you're alluding to, which will include engaging with relevant racing industry bodies. The existing Tabcorp deal, which extends to 2033, is under review at the request of the wagering giant. What have they asked for? Are they asking for exclusivity?
Well, perhaps, Mr. Buckingham, I am eager to provide you with as much information as I can on this matter. So perhaps what I might do is just broadly speaking, describe it, the subject matter for which the proposal entails. But in essence, it's similar to the proposals that have been made in other states. Equally, I think, to be fair to Tabcorp, they have been arguing for changes like this for a while. They've published papers themselves that I think you can refer to, and if not, we can provide for you, that provide you with give a sense as to where they're coming from. I do think it's important that people understand that general context. In terms of how the government's going to assess this process, though, is perhaps where I can give you some more insight. The reality is, as I said when we announced this, we intend to apply strict scrutiny to this proposal, and we will only accept any proposal if it's clear that the public will be better off. And equally, I've made it clear to all and sundry who are involved in this is that the government will engage in good faith, and we do expect to consult closely with people who are affected by any change, particularly people who are affected by any changes to the racing distribution agreements, and equally people who are affected by the ability, whether or not they would be captured at any change to the point of consumption arrangement. I've also made it very clear that ultimately tax policy is a matter for government.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr. Borzak.
Treasurer, welcome.
Hello.
I've got a few questions specifically relating to some of the commitments made by Minister Halen in relation to the boating industry. And, she announced, for example, that much-needed boating infrastructure and dredging works will be delivered across New South Wales with a $44 million funding boost from the New South Wales Government to improve safety and accessibility for all water users. And the program will allocate $28 million toward public boating amenities over 4 years and $16 million for dredging in key locations across New South Wales coast boating infrastructure maintenance. The budget papers clearly stated that $79 million for upgrading of ferry wharves and improved accessibility and ongoing maintenance and upgrading to various regional maritime assets. So there's a number of questions that flow from this statement, or a series of statements. One, could you please clarify this? Is $35 million allocated for the upgrading of ferry wharves and the remaining $44 million to be used as announced by Minister Halen, or is there a different allocation and division?
It's a very good question. The information that I can provide is, you are right to say that we have put aside additional money here for ferry wharves, and equally the use of the particular funds generally supports this as well. The specific question that you've asked about the distinction between the 44 and the 35, do you mind if I just check if we've got any further information?
No, absolutely, please.
So I might need to take that part
You
of it
want to take it on notice?
but we'll see if we can get you some answers later on today,
Yeah.
if not for this afternoon as well.
No, that's no problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a little drill down. It's quite specific.
No, it's fair.
And secondly, the $79 million is apparently allocated from 2024 to 2027-28. Of that amount, is the intention to cascade significantly more funds in the initial years, tapering off to later years, or similar allocations yearly?
I think that reflects the profiling of the construction. And I think, to be fair to the Transport Department, I think that we would expect it to the intensity of the spend to reflect the intensity of construction. And so I think as we go through various wharf upgrades, my expectation is that it's likely to peak. And then, as happens on the capital side of the budget, often with capital projects, is that the outflows match basically.
So what you're saying, it's going to be spaced in accordance with capital allocation and expenditure for those capital items as they come along.
That's my expectation. I don't know if the Secretary has any further detail on that.
I don't, I'm afraid.
But I think that's a reasonable expectation for generally the capital side of the budget. But again, we're happy to see what we can find you any additional information.
You might just be able
but
to clarify that.
But I should just make the point, that's just for the capital side of the budget. You're quite right to say on the recurrent side of the budget, it's far more likely to be an even spend.
Yep, sure. On the revenue expenditure side, it could be well flatter.
Yeah, I mean, that will probably pick up maintenance, though.
Yep.
I mean, the variable there will be the base activities and the maintenance schedule. And I'm sure that Transport, when they're here, will be in a position to give you some further information.
Thank you. Next, is there an intention to continue upgrading ferry wharves utilised by commuters, extending the Transport Access Program, and if so, which locations?
Well, I can certainly say that the government is wanting to upgrade ferry wharves. I know that there's been a long-standing area of interest of yours, Mr. Borsak, has been the Mookhey wharves, and I understand as well.
Fisho's fish off wharves, so
yes.
That's why we like them.
Indeed, indeed.
Access.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So again, as to the specifics of the things, but broadly speaking, yes, there's always an intention to ensure that our marine facilities remain fit for purpose, which includes the purposes which you just described.
Thank you. Will the ongoing maintenance and upgrades of maritime assets be restricted just to state-owned assets? If not, which private assets will be supported?
That I don't know. So I will have to take that on notice and see if I can get back to you with some further detail. But of course, I do, and we'll give reasonable notice to the transport officials that you might ask them to.
Yeah, please. The Camay Ferry project has been excluded from the allocation. Which source of funding will support this project?
I think you'll find that you're quite right to say that that is an important project, and it is, of course, one of the projects that we've inherited that were in a state of disarray when we inherited it. I think you'll find that the Minister has made it clear to her department that her expectations is that the project is delivered without any additional cost overruns. It is sensitive to the environment areas, and then, of course, they continue to work with affected communities, including fishers, National Park and Wildlife and First Nations. I think that the best information I have, Mr. Borsak, is that an EOI process is underway now to test the market for an interest in a future ferry service that has the potential to operate between La Perouse and Kurnell on either side of the ocean entrance to Botany Bay, and that construction of the wharves have started in July 2023. It is due for completion later on, 2024. As for the actual specific budget allocation, I think you'll find that if that's not in the source that you just described, that it's probably budgeted for elsewhere in the Transport Capital Plan.
Okay, thank you. Is the $79 million allocation from consolidated revenue or from another source? If it's not consolidated revenue, from which source will it be derived?
My understanding is that I'll have to get back to you as to that on that one, as to whether or not how much of it is consolidated revenue or whether all of it's consolidated revenue. I'm not sure if we have any further information on that.
No.
We'll have to get back to you on that, Mr. Borsak.
Thank you.
Treasurer, returning to the point of consumption tax, Australians lose approximately $25 billion on legal forms of gambling each year, representing the largest per capita losses in the world. Since 1 January 2019, the New South Wales government has been collecting a point of consumption tax. It raised $161.6 million in 2021, of which 52.7 was gifted to New South Wales Racing. In 22-23, $70 million from the point of consumption tax was again given to Racing New South Wales. In March 24, the Minister for Finance, the Honourable Courtney Houssos, stated in budget estimates that revenue from the tax was forecast to be $970 million, nearly $1 billion. In 23-24, the government distributed $90 million under the Racing Distribution Agreement to Racing New South Wales, Harness Racing New South Wales and Greyhound Racing New South Wales. Why are large shares of the point of consumption tax being gifted to the racing industry and the rest of the money going into consolidated revenue?
So the answer to that question, again, stems to the origin story of point of consumption tax. And the origin story of point of consumption tax was that it was introduced to ensure that online gambling platforms that in this market are operated by the likes of people like Ladbrokes and Sportsbet are not making no contribution to the state through any form of taxation arrangement was in fact the reason why it was introduced. And equally at the time, it was introduced because the only contributions that those platforms were making to public coffers whatsoever was via the Northern Territory government that had effectively offered a tax discount and therefore saw all those kind of platforms enter the national market by registering in the Northern Territory. That then led to the establishment of a nationwide point of consumption tax, which simply said that you pay tax in the state in which the bet was placed. And that was done to mitigate the migration of revenue from the retail wagering settings to effectively offshore multinationals. Now, as to why the racing industries are incorporated in part of that, the best understanding that I have in the explanation is that which was advanced by the previous government, which is it was there to ensure that they were left no worse off compared to the revenues that they would otherwise be accessing through the racing distribution agreement. And I'd just then go back to the final point in that is that the reason why the racing industry has access to those revenues is because I think that they would make the point that they previously owned Tabcorp and the likes prior to that, and then in essence when it was sold, that was the arrangement that was put in place to ensure their ongoing future funding. Now the argument that they would make is that by having access to those arrangements, they are therefore not asking or making a call on the consolidated fund.
Do you think with like a 1,000-fold increase in the revenue coming into this Treasury from the point of consumption tax over just a very short amount of time, going from less than $100 million to over $1 billion over 4 or 5 years, that there should be money hypothecated to online gambling harm reduction strategies, and should we also be, as a state, joining with those calling for a ban on online gambling ads?
Well, in respect to the first question about hypothecation of funds towards
Harm reduction.
I will happily make the point that I think whether or not you hypothecate or not, governments should be.
Did you just kill that fly? Well
I
done.
think the
It's
Secretary.
well done.
It's a very practical use of the budget paper.
May Hansard record that fly
That's
needed
the
to be
first time
taken
it's
care
been
of.
used.
These are good. Fly's dead.
That's what we call a productivity business.
I don't think flies.
So I think I make the point around broadly, whether or not you hypothecate or not, I do think it's important that government invest in harm reduction. Secondly, in respect to your other question about whether or not there should be a ban or otherwise, I certainly support a reduction in gambling advertising.
And how so? How would you like to see that manifested? A complete ban, a partial ban?
Well, I'm
restriction?
going to leave it to the people who are responsible for determining such a policy to work through the complexities that are associated with the introduction. As I understand it, that's what's happening. I think it's important to make the point that I think it's a good thing that is the direction in which the national government is going, and I'll leave it for them to obviously explain their intentions and their proposals.
Thank you, Treasurer. The opposition.
Just returning to the negotiations with the FBEU, their website says this: on Tuesday, FRNSW finally also articulated their position by finally filing their draft awards in a petty move, is how they describe it. FRNSW and the government have lowered their wages offer to 3% per year over 3 years, deducting 0.5% from their baseline wages offer in the first year after we refused to accept their quite frankly insulting baseline wages offer. Now, you've explained to us that the discretionary amount which you retained to yourself in relation to the 0.5% in relation to entering into an award or a consent award, do you say that that represents mutual gains bargaining best practice?
I make the point that the mutual gains bargaining process that we have undertaken with the FBU provides our hardworking firefighters the opportunity for much more gain than was in place in response to your wage cap system, which is why I make the point, and surely you have to agree with me, that Mr. Tudor, because if you are as sincere in your desire to see firefighters paid more, you've got to agree with me that our mutual gains bargaining system provides that more than your wage cap system does.
Well, tell me a concession that the government has made to the firefighters as part of that arrangement.
Well, I'll simply make this point.
Tell me the concession.
I'll tell you 4.
4?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will.
Give me the 4.
So, just to be clear, Mr. Tudor, when it comes to the FBU, these changes have only been possible because there was a change of government. And when we were elected, you will recall, I'm sure, because you were the Minister for Industrial Relations, that their award had already expired. In fact, their award expired in February 2023. And indeed, they were making no progress.
You're going to give me the 4.
I'm about to.
Treasurer.
But equally, what's fascinating is that despite their award expiring in February 2023, it turns out that the then Minister for Industrial Relations never met with them. I checked your diary, you didn't meet with them.
Give me the 4.
You didn't meet with them at all.
Give me the 4, Treasurer.
And then you'll find that when we got in,
Give me the 4,
we then
Treasurer.
picked up your failed negotiation and then continued on. And then in the course of negotiations which we took place last year under our mutual gains bargaining framework, we managed to agree on the introduction in last year's award with the cooperation and support of the FBU, who, to be fair to them, have been advancing these propositions for a while. We're in a position to reach agreement with them on the introduction of safe and minimum safety standards within their awards, updated to their leave provisions, the creation of an allowance for non-station-based roles to attract people into training roles, increased consultation formalised through a joint consultation committee, and a new health screening processes. Now, the reason I make that point, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is because that's a perfect case study in the difference between the two approaches.
Well, they
because
say
under
that,
your
they
wage
say
cap
that you
system,
have made
Order,
no
Mr.
sorry,
concession.
Mr. Tudor, under your wage cap system, no such gains were possible. Under our system, in its first year, it delivered the firefighters of New South Wales those additional changes, in addition to the biggest pay increase they had received in more than a decade. Which is why I make the point, I'm sure you would agree with me now, Mr. Tudor, having heard it, that
I agree with them.
that our mutual gains bargaining system is much more superior to your wage cap system.
Well,
Are you suggesting that your wage cap system would lead to a better result for firefighters?
the wage cap system didn't eliminate the opportunity of unions to bargain.
But
with the
therefore, are
government.
you saying that you think that that's the system that should apply in New South Wales?
No, you had a mandate to remove but it did not. And what I put to you, in fact, Treasurer, even the criticism which was thrown at me yesterday in relation to the offer by the government during COVID.
Is that when you reduced it to 0%?
When people were losing their jobs in every other sector, there was a general loss of jobs across the board. And Queensland, in fact, a Labor government had in fact adopted a zero wage policy position, the same as New South Wales. In fact, the union wasn't precluded from negotiating with the government in relation to
Mr.
wage
Tudor-Hope,
rises.
could you
So
please
my point is, Treasurer...
Ask a question.
Well, the Treasurer asked me the question.
I know, but you asked him one.
Well, I'm just pointing it. You'd agree with me, Treasurer. And in fact, the unions went to the Industrial Commission to seek a pay rise greater than 0%, didn't they?
And they didn't get it.
And they did. Yes, they did. They got 0.3%.
So, Mr. Tudor,
The industrial umpire. The
In a time of
industrial
deflation.
umpire, in fact, as a result of negotiations, and in fact those advising the union movement at that time, they were fantastic negotiators because during the course of the negotiations, the unions were offered more They were offered more and refused to take it.
Mr. Tudhope, could you
So-
please ask a question rather than just make a commentary?
So just make sure that you get your facts straight when you want to clip my utterances in this
Mr.
place.
Chair.
So
He's roaring.
when you asked me whether I would support the wage cap, I say you had a mandate to do it, but you had a mandate also to negotiate in good faith. I say to you, the unions are saying that the government has offered nothing in relation to the good faith bargaining, and that's why they're now before the Industrial Commission. Isn't that their position?
Mr. Tudhope, I'm not surprised that, of course, that there is always a desire amongst all people who are involved in industrial negotiations to, of course, explain their positions. But can I simply make the
Mine's
point?
the honest position, Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Tudhope, if you are indeed as honest as you say, and if you are as proud of the policy that you applied during COVID, then I think the clear and logical inference, if I'm correct in hearing you, is that you would do it again.
I would say, thank God you weren't the Treasurer during COVID.
And you would say,
Tudhope.
and I can only assume that should you face yourself having to deal with a similar set of circumstances, that you once more would reduce the government's offer to 0%. Is that right? Did I hear correctly?
We would consider the state's economic
Treasurer,
position as you were
please
supposed-
desist from asking Mr. Tudhope questions. That's
Thank you,
not
Treasurer.
how this process is
Well,
supposed to work. It does not assist in the hearing.
Well, to be
or
fair, Chair,
inquiry.
to be
So
fair,
please,
Chair,
if we
I
could-
did make a career out of asking questions
I
and
know,
budget
and
estimates.
now
I would welcome
To Mr. Tudhope.
I would
Yeah,
welcome
that's right.
swapping
And so
places, quite frankly.
Let's get on with the business
So,
of the hearing.
so just in terms of your good faith bargaining and how the process is now working, the mutual gains bargaining, the nurses and midwives have met 10 times now with the Ministry for Health and report that the government refuses to budge from its 10.5% offer. Are you never going to agree to their 15% demand?
Look, firstly, I'll simply make the point that I think it's a good thing that the government and the nurses are meeting regularly.
Without any
And
outcome.
I think that's a sign of good faith. And you make the point that your inference is that the government's not engaging in good faith. I say that the fact that the government is working as closely as we can with the Nursing and Midwives Association on their lot of claims demonstrates that we are. I'd also make the point that in our first year of office, in addition to, of course, providing nurses, amongst others, the biggest pay rise the public sector has received in a decade, we also introduced safe staffing levels, which was the Nursing and Midwives Association's #1 claim, and an issue in which they were bargaining for more than a decade.
So
Third
you've told
point-
the nurses, haven't you,
and
that the safe,
sorry, Mr.
that
Chair, I
the
hadn't
safe
completed.
staffing levels is in lieu
Order,
of the pay rise?
Mr. Tudhope.
Yeah, that's what you've told them.
Mr. Tudhope, the Treasurer was in the middle of answering your question.
this is the
Please
crux of
allow
the
him to continue and then.
And the
ultimately
final point I'd
conclude.
make here, Mr. Tudhope, is that on 1 July 2024, we didn't fire 1,200 nurses. We, in fact, provided
the COVID
an
nurses.
additional...
The COVID nurses.
Order.
We provided an additional massive investment in keeping them in the system, and we were able to work in partnership with the Nurses and Midwife Association on that policy, which is my way of saying, of course, industrial negotiations are going to be robust. And of course, I respect the Nurses and Midwives Association and their right to characterise our position however they see fit. But I simply make the point that the nurses of New South Wales are much better off under our mutual gains bargaining system than they were under your wage cap system, which precluded them from even asking for safe staffing levels. And I simply make the point that your policy would bar them from even having the chance to make a case.
What was the point of the 10 meetings?
And I just-
What's the point of the 10 meetings?
And I just make the point, Mr. Tudhope, that surely, having heard what our system has delivered for nurses, you would agree with me now that our mutual gain system is better than your wage cap system.
What I'm putting to you is, what was the point of the 10 meetings?
Yes.
What did you achieve on any of those meetings? Treasurer?
Well, to be fair, you started your line of questioning by implying...
What's the point of the 10 meetings? What were you bargaining about?
So I'm happy to answer your question, Mr. Tudhope, if you let me. just make the point that you have started your line of questioning by implying that the government was acting in bad faith.
I do, and I continue it.
And I make the point that the reason that our good faith bargaining obligations require us to meet regularly, consider proposals, respond in good faith, provide timely information. Now, I understand that that is the process in which Health is embarking upon with the Nursing and Midwife Association. And I'm not going to at all suggest that the Nurses and Midwifing Association are wrong if they're frustrated with that process. They have every right to be. But as you rightly point out, it's the responsibility of government is to engage in good faith. And you asked me what is the point of the 10 meetings. The point of that is so we can indeed satisfy both our legal obligation to bargain in good faith, but also our moral obligation. And can I also just make the point, under your system there were no meetings. None.
That's not true.
And equally,
That's not true.
That part of the Nurses Midwife Association and also the other trade unions campaigned for more than a decade for the right to bargain. And then in the event that bargaining fails, the right to seek the recourse to an independent umpire. And as we have made clear to the nurses that we will work in good faith with them to see what is possible
But you've told
in terms
them.
of their log of claim. But we've also made it clear that we respect their right to arbitration and we will participate in any such process in good faith too.
So you've told them, haven't you, that because of the concession in relation to staffing levels, there's no money left for pay rises above 10.5%, haven't you?
Well, we've made the point that by delivering on their number one ask, we've made tremendous progress.
So
and we
you've
appreciate the fact that the Nurses Midwife Association helped co-design that model. And I'd also make the
So
point...
you're asking the nurses, to pay for a community...
Order, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Please desist from talking over the top of the Treasurer. You've asked a question. Please allow the Treasurer to answer it without the constant interjections. It doesn't assist me in listening to the answer, and it certainly doesn't assist the Hansard who is trying to write down and record the answer to a good question.
I just make the point that the introduction of safe staffing levels was designed to retain nurses at the request, and to be fair, and to be total kudos to the Nurses and Midwifing Association that has been campaigning for such a policy for more than a decade, having seen the effects on retention it had when it was introduced in Queensland and Victoria. And in fact, as a result of the introduction of that particular policy, we are really pleased that retention levels have gone up dramatically. In fact, retention levels of nurses are now returning to pre-COVID levels. And I think that that is, the Nurses Midwife Association deserves tremendous kudos for that. And also so does Health for working out how to introduce such a system. You make the point that whether or not that I'm sure as a former industrial relations minister, you would know that that system replaced the nursing per hours per patient model that was contained in the awards. It's always been a case that such a system in New South Wales has been reflected in awards because it provides the capacity for there to be flexibility around its application and design. And the fact that the expertise of not just Health, but the Nursing and Midwives Association has been tapped in order to design that, I think is another example of the innovation that is possible under our mutual gain system that was impossible under your wage cap system. And surely,
so
Mr. Tudor-Hope,
they're not going to get above 10.5%, are they, from you, Treasurer?
Surely, Mr. Tudor-Hope,
is that your position?
You therefore, if you're true to your convictions,
are they going to get above 10.5%?
You would make the point that you would accept the fact that the mutual gains bargaining system is better for the employer and better for the employee.
Are they going to get above
than the wage cap
10.5%?
system. Well, I'll simply make the point that we are going to engaged in respectful and good faith conversations with the Nursing and Midwives Association.
If they have to go to arbitration, Treasurer, will you take the 0.5% off them as well?
It's not my intention to bargain with the Nurses and Midwifing Association through a budget estimates process, because that would be bad faith.
Would you, if they go to arbitration, will you be removing the 0.5% as part of the offer?
I'll simply make the point that the Nursing and Midwives Association can determine their industrial strategy, and I respect their right to do so because that's how bargaining works. And I'm simply
So
not
the answer
going.
is yes,
but I'm simply, Mr. Tudor-Hope will make the point that the government will remain in good faith in a mutual gains process, and we will engage in good faith in an arbitration process.
Let me ask you this: if in fact you were acting in good faith, can we agree that you should pay at least the 3% now, straight away?
Well,
We're pending the outcome of the arbitration position, so that these people who are waiting for that determination at least have an extra pay rise. So can we agree on that you should agree right now to pay them the 3% which you've offered?
Well, I'll just make the point, on that particular proposition, to be fair, the attitude of our industrial counterparties is mixed. And I would simply make the point that there are, therefore, I think the wisest thing to do in answering your question would just be to allow the government to engage with and the union movement.
But you could make the concession. You haven't to date, have you?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
You've forced them to arbitration.
Or,
You haven't made any
Mr. Tudor,
concession.
the Treasurer was halfway. I
Well-
know you're very eager. You're keen. Could you just wait for the Treasurer to conclude before you ask your next question, please? Treasurer, you've got the call.
As I was saying, I think given the fact that any such position should ideally be agreed between both parties, I think it's fair to say that we will engage in any conciliation.
Well, the Fireys have asked for it, have they not? For you to pay it straight away pending the outcome of the arbitration?
Well-
so they've asked for it.
So,
What's
Mr.
your
Chair,
position?
I'll simply make the point that, as I understand it, all such discussions that you are referring to are taking place under the auspices of conciliation with the Commission. And I think, to be fair to the Commission, as well as to be fair to the industrial counterparties, the wisest thing to do would be simply to allow the government and the FBU and others to have good faith discussions on any such proposal through the conciliation process.
The truth of it is this, and all the talk that you engage in about all the wonderful good faith bargaining you do and the wonderful new system that you assert that you've put in place, you've only allocated 10.5% and you are not going to agree to any figure above that, are you?
I think the truth of the matter is this, Mr. Tudor.
Yes or no?
In the first year of government, we took New South Wales teachers from being the worst paid in the country to the best. We delivered the public sector the biggest pay rise it's received in more than a decade. We, in addition to that, made modernised
Against the
and
background of significant inflation.
professionalised the Paramedics Award that has seen paramedics become amongst the best paid in the country. And in addition to that, we've introduced safe staffing levels for our nurses.
But I didn't ask that.
And in
I said,
addition-
are you going to pay
No, you asked me what's the truth
above
of the matter.
10.5%?
No, so you asked me what the truth of the matter is. And I'm saying the truth of the matter is that we've made more progress in 12 months on modernising our public services and showing respect to our essential workers than you did in 12 years.
So is it the case that you're not going to pay above 10.5%?
No, I
Well,
mean,
that's what your budget provides for, isn't it?
just Mr. Tudor,
Isn't that what your budget provides for?
I think you'll find that in a mutual gains bargaining process, the principle that I've clearly enunciated is that should we find ourselves in a position to provide better services to the public by a more cooperative framework with our workforce, we intend to share the benefits of that with our workforce. I'd also make the point that it's not just rhetoric, we've demonstrated that. That's how we managed to make New South Wales teachers amongst the best paid in the country. It's also why the number of teacher vacancies in New South Wales has halved since we've come to power.
Well, it's also the case that
the
enrolments have
introduction
dropped,
of the
isn't it?
safe staffing levels has seen a return of nurses to the profession and their retention. And that's also the reasons why nurse retention levels are rising to pre-COVID levels. I'm also really pleased to say that as a result of the changes that we agreed in our first year with paramedics, we now have the ability for paramedics to practice using more of their scope of practice than before. And when it comes to the FBU, you're quite right to say that the truth of the matter is in our first year in office, our first award with the FBU delivered more gains for firefighters and better services for the public than your system provided them in more than a decade.
So nothing above 10.5%. Isn't that the case?
I just refer you to my previous answer, Mr. Chair.
No. I'm asking you specifically about what's contained in the budget for wage rises, and it's 10.5%, isn't it? And you've got no scope above 10.5%.
Oh, I just refer you to the budget papers, Mr.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, is it referring to your previous answer, is it the constitutionality of a possible cannabis excise that is the principal disincentive for the government to consider favourably cannabis legalisation in New South Wales? Is that what I'm hearing from you from your previous answer?
No.
What is the principal reason?
Well, I think it's the same reasons we gave you before in March. And I don't believe there's been any broad change to the government's position on this matter. But I think in March, as we made the point, there is a drug summit. We very much respect your advocacy. I understand that you're now undertaking an inquiry into the matter. And we, of course, look forward to your deliberations and your findings.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, the Australian medicinal cannabis market is valued at over $350 million and is growing rapidly, one of the fastest growing in the world. But it is dominated by cheap and, some argue, inferior imports, principally from Canada. 70% of the market is imports from Canada. Will the government and Treasury consider measures to ensure especially New South Wales producers of medicinal cannabis can better capitalise on this burgeoning market, including calling on the federal regulator, the Office of Drug Control, to reduce foreign imports?
Well, again, I might answer your first question first. And I'd simply say that yes is the broad answer to that. I think you'll find that the Minister for Regional Agriculture has undertaken and developing a hemp strategy, which I think encompasses the capacity for whether or not we expand or not. So I'm going to allow that process to obviously continue and make the point that when it comes to the production, distribution and sale of medical cannabis, then I would obviously expect that, like all our legal agricultural industries, that we do see what opportunities are available to us in that particular marketplace.
So just on that, you were saying that the Minister for, was it Regional Development or Agriculture, is developing a strategy?
No, I think the point that the Minister has made is that she's in consultation with the development of it, and that's the process.
Okay,
and so I don't want to mislead either you or, for that matter, to verbal the Minister, but to simply say that I well and truly respect the fact that such consultation takes place.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to aerial firefighting contracts. A recent report from the Audit Office detailed that the Rural Fire Service spent more than $255.5 million on aircraft hire in 2019-20. These costs are assumed to relate to call-when-needed aircraft hire facilitated through the National Aerial Firefighting Centre and federal grants. Separately, the Rural Fire Service are said to have several direct contracts with Coulson Aviation for the operation and maintenance of the RFS-owned fleet. In July, the Minns government announced a further 10-year contract between RFS and Coulson worth $400 million. Treasurer, 10 years goes well beyond forward planning. What specific factors have led to this long-term spend?
Well, I think an expectation that we're going to require aerial firefighting over the next 10 years is the first point. The second point I'd make is that there's an expectation that perhaps the intensity of the use of such equipment may well rise as well. And I think the third thing that perhaps has motivated that decision is a desire to ensure that we have ready access to such equipment.
Was there a competitive tender process entered into?
I don't know, Mr. Buckingham. I'll have to take that one on notice. Otherwise, perhaps direct you to RFS when they appear.
Have there been any concerns raised with the government over this significant procurement arrangement?
Well, whether it's been raised with the government, I don't know. Whether it's been raised with me, it hasn't.
Okay. The Canadian headquarters of Coulson Aviation is in the same address as a casino, which is also owned by the company. RFS executives have previously and routinely visited the site as part of Minister-approved travel. Were RFS executives entertained or accommodated at the casino, to your knowledge?
Can you identify when that trip took place?
I can't actually. I don't have that information, but I assume it's in the last year or so.
Without having any further specific information about when such a trip took place, I don't think I can shed further light. I'd make the point that my understanding of the way in which foreign travel is disclosed is through the annual reports process, and I believe the annual report for the Rural Fire Services for the 23-24 year is yet to be published, because I don't believe that we're at that point in the cycle where it is. So I'm going to either infer that it took place prior to the 23-24 year, unless you've got better information, for which I'm not sure, because I'm not necessarily sure which minister would have given such approval and therefore under what terms.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, as a shareholder minister of Forestry Corporation, does it concern you that in the last 5 years the corporation has been fined over $1.5 million for breaches of logging and environmental laws?
Yes.
Why does it concern you,
Well, it's
Treasurer?
my expectations that all state-owned corporations, as well as, for that matter, all private businesses, as well as, for that matter, the entire public sector, obey the law.
And what are you doing to address your concerns?
So, I think it's a good question, Mr. Buckingham. I'd make the point that I think the matters to which you are referring refer to events which took place in 2020.
Yeah, they do.
And so, obviously, as you'd be aware, firstly, I wasn't the treasurer in 2020. Secondly, for that matter, nor was I a shareholder in Forestry Corp. Secondly, you'll find that, to the best of the advice that I've received, is that neither was the incumbent chair and neither was the current CEO. But you asked me, what am I doing about it? Mm-hmm. I make the point that I have had the opportunity to engage with the chair and the CEO in the wake of such discussions, and I've been briefed to them about the steps that they have indeed taken in response to the actions that have been the findings of the court in that matter. They've advised me that they, firstly, obviously take it very seriously. Secondly, that they, in their processes, have now established processes of regular reporting and monitoring to the board. Thirdly, that the actual operational changes that they have made include a new dedicated team to provide quality assurance and to proactively conduct compliant audits in the field. And then equally, they've employed more people to assist with compliance and planning on the ground. They've increased specialised training for their staff and their contractors, and they're embedding new technological systems to improve compliance in the field. I should also just make the point that my expectations is that that they do take all such steps that are required to ensure that they are always complying with the law.
Thank you, Treasurer. During the recent negotiation between the Forestry Corporation and the EPA over the most recent changes to glider site-specific conditions, a number of harvesting crews were stood down, and I understand Forestry Corporation paid these crews during the time. Are you aware of the payments being made by Forestry Corporation to contracted harvesting crews who were not undertaking any harvesting? And there's been a suggestion that the payments could be in excess of $1 million. How do you respond to that?
So I can understand properly, I think I am aware of the fact that in response to the legal requirements, or certainly how they intend to manage the risks that they're involved in, certainly as it applies to the greater glider, yes, they have taken actions to do so. As I understand it, that does involve the payment of costs to other people who have otherwise been displaced or from work or otherwise in respect to that. As to the specific numbers, I'm not sure I have any information on that.
No, I don't. I just look. I don't have it, I'm afraid.
So we can see whether we can find the information for you this afternoon.
So you'll take that on notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take it on notice, but equally, when the officials are here this afternoon, I'm sure that they will be in a position to provide you with some further advice as to what those costs have been. I should just make the point, I think that's reasonable. I think that if my expectation is that if Forestry Corp has to take actions that displace people from the capacity to work, I do think it's reasonable as an employer that they provide support to those affected parties.
Thanks, Treasurer. I'm just going to hand over to the Deputy Chair, just for a moment, and questions now from the Greens.
Great, thank you. And good morning, Treasurer.
Hello, Ms Boyd.
I wanted to start with, you and I have been on this side of budget estimates for many years prior to this term of Parliament.
I miss you too, Ms Boyd.
And particularly, I recall sitting with you as we've had the representatives from independent agencies in front of us, and we have been asking them about their funding.
I thought you might ask me about this, Ms Boyd.
Yeah, and in particular...
My years of experience with you has suggested that you might ask me about the Electoral Commission.
So, yes, in particular, we have been asking, waiting for proper funding for the Electoral Commissioner. So it was a bit astounding to find out yesterday that the Commissioner is so underfunded. Not only will we not get iVote back until 2030 at the very earliest, but apparently the Electoral Commissioner is now being forced to cut half of its staff and is warning of electoral failure and having to manually count the Legislative Council vote in 2027. How can this be?
So firstly, you're quite right to say that you and I did spend many years, but to be fair, a proper characterisation of the record suggested that I was sitting next to you as you were asking the questions, and I was enjoying the opportunity to hear the answers. Secondly, I also had the opportunity to hear the questions yesterday and also to hear the answers. And so I do want to make the point that I very much appreciate the role of the independent agencies, and I very much do respect the independence of the Electoral Commission, and I absolutely do not begrudge their right to ask. In fact, this government has kept the previous process that the previous government established when it comes to dealing with the independent agencies. And then in addition to that, is, as you are well and truly aware, we're seeking to legislate it as well. You'll be aware that process provides agencies the right to ask, and ultimately, though, it is still the responsibilities of government to balance such requests with the broader budget challenges. So what I can say about the Electoral Commission is two things. Firstly, I don't believe this. There's absolutely no aspersions being directed to the Independent Commissioner or the Acting Commissioner in the evidence that he gave yesterday. But as I understand it from the transcript, he made the point that ERC had rejected it. It's technically not accurate. What ERC did do is not reject it. We did invite them to pursue it in another budget year. There is a distinction there. Okay. A rejection entails a permanent rejection. Not accepting it means that the matter can still be considered at a future time.
But can we talk in real terms?
Yeah, we can. Second point I'd make is that the reasons why we adopted that position is because no doubt the Electoral Commission has a reasonable case. But to be fair, there are a lot of agencies that are seeking to re-baseline their budgets that do. And we have to balance that request. And we don't, and in particularly in this particular budget year, where there has been a $12.6 billion reduction in the state's GST income, I did make the point that that's going to mean that the state's going to have to make some very tough decisions. That's not me reflecting on the merits or otherwise of the case that the Commission has made, which brings me to the second point. The second point that we've adopted as a government is that when it comes to determining the baseline for the Electoral Commission, we do think it's appropriate that there is a new Commissioner in place. And they're currently going through a selection process for the Commissioner, for which I am not involved. But it is important to make the point that when it comes to requests like this, I do think it's fair and reasonable that we have a permanent Electoral Commissioner in place in order for the government to properly consider the request. Third point I'd make, I want to be very upfront because, Ms Boyd, I'm not going to mislead you. The state's fiscal circumstances are challenging, and I would expect them to be as challenging next year. And I have well and truly respect the fact that the Electoral Commissioner has been seeking effectively these changes for 12 years. And I expect that they will continue to seek them until they get them, and I respect their right to do so. But I'm not going to pretend as though the state's fiscal constraints aren't in place.
Okay, so in response to those, firstly, as you know, the Greens continue to give you a whole lot of revenue-raising ideas, and I will not accept that there is no money left on the table
Ms.
that
Boyd,
you could have raised in order to bolster our democratic systems.
Well, Ms Boyd, I accept that if you become the first New South Wales Greens Treasurer, you'll make different choices than what we will.
I certainly would. On the second point, the idea that, yes, they've been asking for this long for fundamental uptake or increase in funding to enable them, because they could see what was going to happen as we're moving into an atmosphere of heightened risk when it comes to voter interference and fraud. We needed to have very, very strong technology for our electoral commission. They have been putting in this bid all this time, and now we're being told that because of the government's failure, your government's failure to fund them appropriately, we are looking at a very high risk of there being electoral failure in 2027. How can
Sorry,
this
Ms.
be
Boyd,
allowed?
I think to be fair, in reading the transcript from yesterday, I think to be fair, the government did actually fund their cybersecurity uplift to the tune of $15.8 million, which was the part of their funding proposals, which I agree with you needed to be funded to address the risks that you spoke about particularly the concept of electoral interference with cyber systems.
But what they said is they had no staff for that.
But coming to that, to be fair as well, I don't dispute the right of the Electoral Commission to seek these changes, but I think to be fair, what they're actually seeking is to change the labour model. Right now, the manner in which they are funded effectively sees that they, given that they predominantly conduct two set of elections, which is local government elections and the state election, their model has heretofore been that they obviously scale up for that task. What they are seeking to do, and I don't begrudge their right to ask, is rather than a model which sees them scale up and scale down, they would like to keep it permanent. Now, just to be very clear what that involves, that does involve them increasing their staff numbers, I believe, to about 216. And I don't begrudge their right to ask, but I do make the point that that is why they make the point that they have to scale down their labour.
Okay, but let's be clear about what that is, because they said at the moment they're reliant on third parties, and if they had sufficient staffing, they would not have that inefficient extra cost of having to get third parties all the time. It would actually be cheaper in the long run and more efficient in the long run. We still haven't addressed the point that even with the money for the cybersecurity, what they said yesterday was that the Treasury had said to them they needed to put the additional staffing required for that into their request for rebaselining, which was then, as they said, rejected, you might say deferred. But the effect of that is they're telling us they do not have the staff in order to make these systems secure.
Well, Ms. Boyd, to be fair, I don't begrudge their right to ask, and nor do I begrudge Treasury's right to provide advice. But ultimately, the point that I make is that there are many cases that are meritorious that are presented to the committee, and I just make the point that in respect to this particular budget, the ERC considered $77 billion worth of funding requests, and at a time where the state had a $12.6 billion reduction in its GST revenue.
Yep.
So of course we have to make priority. And
We're
so
talking
you
about
have some
80 million a
context.
year.
Just
We're talking
so
about $80 million a year for the
yeah, but
Electoral Commission to be able to do its
but just
job
to be clear,
properly.
Ms. Boyd, on the recurrent side of the budget, that's not a small ask. And to be fair to the Electoral Commission, yesterday they made that point too. That they weren't asking for a small amount. In fact,
said $500 million over 10 years and $323 million over 10 years.
no, it's $500 million over 4, and it's $1 billion over 10. And I don't begrudge their right to ask, and I expect that they will continue to ask.
Yeah, it's
And-
pretty fundamental though.
But
the
I just
integrity
make
of our
the
voting
point.
system.
Yeah, it was a hard decision. I'm not going to suggest for a second it was
It
an
was
easy
the
one.
wrong decision, wasn't it?
Well, Ms. Boyd, I accept the fact that you'd make a different choice.
Okay. Can I just raise another aspect of this? And the reason why this first piqued my interest 4 years ago is because the disability community have been saying, how on earth are people who are blind or vision impaired going to have the ability to cast a vote without a third party? They loved iVote. Now iVote can't be used. This is yet another one of these decisions from your government not to fund essential services and products for people with disability. It's really offensive. What have you done for people with disability in this budget? Because I can't find anything except for a $1 million increase in taxi subsidies.
Well, I think you'll find that when it comes to the provision of assistance to our citizens who have a disability, the predominant form of state government engagement is to ensure that they have access to adequate supports in light of the NDIS changes. But to specifically talk
that's
about...
like 10% of people with disability in our state that can access NDIS.
Sure,
What
but
about
it's very
everyone
important,
else?
Ms. Boyd. I'm sure you agree. The second point is that you make the point around the Electoral Commission's case around what I think they describe as technology-assisted voting. And I'm the first to accept that it has merit. But I'm also going to make the point that the Electoral Commission did release a
It
report
doesn't just have merit, it's a human right.
But I'll just make this point. The New South Wales Electoral Commission did also release a report in November 2023 that said that technology-assisted voting has inherent risks that, if they were to materialise, could impact the integrity and delivery of elections. These risks require mitigation steps, including strictly limiting eligible elector cohorts in the short term to those who require TAV for accessibility reasons. And I think they're quite right to make that point. And I simply say that is part of the reasons why we do think it's appropriate that there be an electoral commissioner in place for which we can have discussions around whether or not what is the right way in which to mitigate it. But I don't want to for a second suggest to you, Ms Boyd, that I'm underplaying the seriousness of the issues that you're raising.
Thank you, Treasurer, and thank you, Ms Boyd. We now have a break. Which is correct, isn't it? Yes. In the absence of government questions, and so we now have a half an hour break, and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you very much, everyone. All good. Well, welcome back, everyone. The time being 11:15, we'll recommence the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-25 for the area of the Treasury, and some questions now from the opposition. Mr. Rath.
Good to see you, Treasurer, and it was good seeing you at my natural habitat of the Centre for Independent Studies the other day. I wanted to ask about inflation. Was modelling undertaken on the impact of the 2024-25 budget on inflation before you committed to new spending measures?
In essence, yes. As you're aware, we also model inflation and publish our forecasts.
I know you model inflation, Treasurer, but for new spending measures, so for new projects, new increases in spending, were those measures modelled in terms of what impact they would have on inflation? Yes, as part of
the standard forecast model would require them to assess levels of public demand that are contemplated by government and their relative effects. Obviously, that happens at a macro level across the budget forecast, as you would be aware. And so, but you'll find that in respect to the, so that is a part of the methodology of the forecast, but I'm happy to have the Secretary supplement if there's anything I missed.
No?
So each individual project or program, new spending measures that you put in place, were they each tested as part of what impact they would have specifically on inflation? Or was it just inflation?
That's not how it works, because obviously inflation is a macroeconomic variable. So you test the macroeconomic impact of them in aggregate terms. I should also make the point, although to be fair to Treasury, in the event that they feel as though that there is a particular measure that requires additional and supplementary advice to be provided, they do. We expect that. I respect their expertise. To my best of my recollection, I don't believe there were any such particular call-outs in respect to inflation risk, but
No, they weren't. I mean, the operating expenditure is estimated to increase by 1.4% in the coming year. That is extremely modest. Obviously, the government's got a very significant infrastructure program, which is probably the most significant aspect of public demand, but it is not material in a $830 billion economy.
So the budget hasn't...
So we think it's basically neutral when it comes to inflation.
The budget overall is neutral on inflation.
Yeah, it's not making the Reserve Bank of Australia's task any harder.
So how does that reconcile then with the Reserve Bank Board in its May 7th statement saying that public sector spending is growing, state and federal public sector spending is growing strongly, and that if accompanied by further growth in public demand, this could sustain aggregate demand above the economy's supply potential and delay the return of inflation back to target?
So which RBA statement are you referring to? The May statement of monetary policy?
Monetary policy decision on May 7th.
Okay, so if you find, firstly, the May 7th by SOMP was issued May 7th, I think it was, and that was a week before the Victorian budget, 2 months before mine. First point. Secondly, you'll find if you've read the latest statement of monetary policy, which was issued, I think, in June, the June SOMP, they've made the points, and I think you'll see that the RBA governor and her evidence to the Senate has also made the point. They've factored it into their forecast. And the third point I'd simply make is that is precisely the reasons why we have been very, very disciplined about our cost growth. And it's why we're the only state in the eastern seaboard to have lowered our forecast borrowing and our issuance. And therefore, if you study the reaction of the market to our budget, you will find that in the days afterwards, the reduction in our forecast borrowing saw the market lower New South Wales's borrowing costs by about 10 basis points from recall.
Yeah, that's right.
And we also simultaneously managed to lower Victoria's and Queensland's as well.
It's still $11.5 billion in deficits over the next 4 years. How can you say that that's not adding to inflation?
Well, I think, Mr. Rath, it's a good question. I make the point that $12.6 billion in revenue reduction is the predominant reasons why the budget finds itself with its present forecast. It's not an expense issue. But the second point I just make, Mr. Rath, and I'm glad that you are asking these questions, because you're entitled to criticise perhaps the scope and intention of the government's spending claim position. But just to be fair, your side of politics since the election has committed itself to $62 billion of additional spending.
Treasurer, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about
Well,
the
I'm saying
budget.
is
I'm not
that-
asking about what we did in government or what our policies are now. I'm asking you about the budget, which is the point of budget estimates.
Indeed. And I'm simply making the point that if you compare my budget to your proposed policies, my budget does more to reduce inflation than your proposed policies do, which is to see the level of spending rise by about $62 billion.
But wouldn't you not say, Treasurer, that that increases in public sector wages not met or offset by productivity improvements is inflationary?
I think what you are asking for is a bit more complicated than that. And to be fair to you, Mr. Rath, you know that.
So you can pay public servants an infinite increase and have no productivity improvements, and you don't think it adds to inflation?
Mr. Rath, I'm not proposing to pay public servants an infinite increase.
Well, substantial increases.
What do you define as substantial?
Well, I think 10.5% is a substantial increase, and with not offset by productivity improvements. How is that not inflationary?
So just to be clear, you think that the 10.5% is excessive?
Well, I think that's the floor that you've suggested.
And
There could very well be more to come. And I'm not. No, I'm asking the questions, Treasurer. You're not asking me the questions. I'm saying that how can you say that increases in public sector wages at a minimum of 10.5% and quite possibly a lot more to come without increases in productivity improvements, how can you say that's not inflationary?
So I can properly understand your context of your question, because I think you just changed it. Your first question to me was whether infinite increases to public service wages is inflationary.
Well, that's if you want to take the hypothetical question, Treasurer.
Well, that's the question you asked me. It's not hypothetical. It's precisely the question you asked me.
Well, why don't you start by answering that one, and then I'll ask my second one.
So I'll go back to my point there, which is I'm yet to come across anyone who has offered anyone an infinite increase in wages.
But you don't have a cap.
Now go to the second one.
But you don't have a cap.
So your suggestion is that the government's policy is for an infinite increase, is it?
Well, it's uncapped.
No, you have a floor, but you don't have a cap.
And your view is the floor is excessive?
Are
you saying the floor is excessive?
Treasurer, I'm asking the questions.
I'm trying to understand the question.
Order. Next question.
Can we please, as elucidating as this is, can we just have questions and answers rather than questions and more questions?
New question, Treasurer. With public sector wages increasing at a minimum of 10.5% and very could well be much more substantial than that in the future, without increases in productivity, how can you say that that's not inflationary or won't add to inflation?
Well, Mr. Rath, I would refer you to the RBA's SOMP statement, which makes the point that actually you align wage growth to unit price growth, and you'll find that if you were to undertake such a reconciliation between the government's offer and the trend average on unit price growth, you would see that therefore that the two numbers are closely correlated. And so therefore, if you're asking me on a macroeconomic perspective as to what the answer is to your question in a technical sense, technical answer is that it turns on what you think is going to happen to unit price growth. And incidentally, that's a similar calculation that has to be undertaken by the private sector employers as well. You'll find that the trend growth on unit price is traditionally, it's the midpoint of the RBA +1, which reflects the historic rate of productivity growth in the Australian economy and the New South Wales economy. You're quite right to point out that there's been a deterioration in productivity from its trend numbers, but you'll also, if you're paying close attention to the detail as been published by the RBA, you'll see that they themselves are making the point that there is an uptick in productivity growth. To be fair to them, they are also making the point that it's a question, it's quite an interesting question as to what's causing it and whether it will be sustained. But to simply suggest, as you are, that the 10.5% over 3 years is radically different to what's provided by the RBA forecast, you'll find that it's not. You'll also find that our numbers are aligned closely with actually private sector trends as well. And so I therefore make the point that it's not my job to make predictions, but you'll find that the technical answer to your question is that. The principled answer to your question is that I do think that people have a fair and reasonable right to participate and get access to the income and wealth that is created by greater productivity through their wages.
So you don't believe that it's contributing, in the Reserve Bank's words, to delaying the return of a normal inflation target? And isn't it?
Sorry, now you're confusing two issues, Mr. Rath. Your first point you made when you quoted the RBA was about public demand. Public demand is different to wages.
And fuelled very much by wages.
Yes, but that's not what the RBA said.
Well, when 45% of the budget is public sector wages, how can you say that public demand at a state
Mr.
level
Rath, you
is
know
not
the
led,
definition of public demand
is not led by wages when it's about half the budget?
Sorry, Mr. Rath. I'm very happy to get technical on what is the definition of public demand, but you'll find that when it comes to public demand, as it's ordinarily understood, it's the aggregate spend, which incidentally includes the recurrent and capital components of the budget. And equally, you'll find that what you're attributing to as 45% of the budget is 45% of the recurrent side of the budget. The budget encompasses its capital program in addition. Now, that changes some of the proportions, but to be fair to you, it's still a high amount. I accept your point. Second point I simply make is, compared to what? Because basically what you're inferring from your questioning is that you would like there to be a wage reduction in nominal terms.
No, we
and
more productive.
And
we're not suggesting that, Treasurer. What I'm suggesting is that...
But if you're saying that 10.5 as a floor is excessive and inflationary, then by inference, the implication is that you'd like it to be lower.
There's more to come. There's some unspecified
but then
amount
that then invites
to come
the question,
in terms
Mr.
of
Rath,
wages.
is that the reality is you're quite right to say at times of high inflation, what is the appropriate form of macroeconomic strategy? In my view, is that it requires careful calibration. And that also requires all of us to be making a contribution to inflation's reduction. But to simply suggest that it's the sole responsibility of wage earners to do it is, I think, is a political position which you're entitled to take. But if you are going to take that position, then you should be upfront about that.
Well, Treasurer, you promised before the election that wage increases would be offset by productivity improvements. Have you broken your promise?
No.
Why not? Where are the productivity improvements?
So I just refer you to the following. In respect to the arrangement that was reached with respect to the paramedics, the fact that we were in a position to go from 4 classifications to 7 classifications allowed paramedics to practice using more of their scope of training. It's a pretty significant productivity gain for the state, and therefore reasonable that we would obviously offer remuneration commensurate with the additional work that's being performed by paramedics. Second point I make is another example I point to you, which is when it comes to teacher vacancies. We were really pleased that in a position that we reached agreement with the Teachers Federation after quite a lot of consternation, has seen New South Wales teachers become the best paid in the country, but it's also seen us return 1,200 of the best teachers to the classroom.
And you stole all the money
and
from the schools.
I make the point
you took
that
all the money out of the
therefore,
schools.
for example, kids who are in public schools, which I know that there are a number of us who have kids in public schools, have gotten access to more of the best teachers. And that's really important when you're trying to turn around a 10 years of education decline. So, Mr. Rath, no doubt we have a difference of opinion in this matter, but I'll just make the point that these benefits that we've been able to put as part of our wage policy have been done in a manner which is respectful of the state's fiscal position. And you'll also find that when we put these changes through Parliament, we also made sure that the new system does take into account the state's fiscal position.
Could you table, Treasurer, a list of the productivity improvements?
Let me see
the dollar figure.
Let me see what additional information I can provide you.
Treasurer, I was asking you previously in relation to the issue in respect of mutual gains bargaining. And the fact is that the government is intent on forcing the unions into arbitration, and in fact, mutual gains bargaining is a sham, isn't it?
No.
Well, if you have 10 meetings and you get no concessions, in relation to the nurses and midwives, if you engage in a process where you force the fireys into arbitration and then offer them a lower percentage, your strategy is to allow the Industrial Relations Commissioner to be the arbiter in relation to pay rises above 10.5%, and you have no intention of using mutual gains bargaining to reach an outcome. Isn't that the case?
No.
Well, the facts say otherwise,
Sorry,
don't
Mr.
they?
I was just answering.
The facts, well, you said, the no was good. The no was good. The no was good.
Point of order's been taken, Mr. Nandler, on point of order.
Can't help but note that the question was longer than the answer that was allowed to be provided. I just asked
Well,
it.
but
It
he gave
was,
me the
and the
answer.
Treasurer-
Well, to the point of order, the Treasurer gave me the answer. No. Okay, well, I'll move on to the next question.
No, let's
Well, no, no.
that's totally disingenuous. He said no, and then was taking a big breath and had some other things to
Well,
say.
you say that. The
I
answer
do
was
say
no.
that. So, Treasurer, you got anything else to say?
So, Mr. Tudor, as I made the point to you earlier this morning, the right to seek arbitration is a right for which the trade union movement has fought for more than 100 odd years. And I was very pleased that we as a government sought a mandate to restore that right. I'm very pleased that we as a government have acted on that right. And are equally very pleased that unions that are wishing to exercise that right can do so free from any legal constraint.
Yeah, but there's no
that was
mutual gains
previously
bargaining.
imposed.
What's the purpose of the mutual gains bargaining?
But then I'd also make the point that we've introduced multiple bargaining streams into the Industrial Relations
Which
Act,
achieve nothing.
and all of which have achieved more than a wage cap system did. And surely you, Mr. Tudor, would appreciate the fact that under your wage cap system, the number of
Treasurer,
hours...
don't attribute to me what the surely is.
Surely,
your
Mr.
views.
Tudor, you will accept that under your wage cap system, the state lost nearly 200,000 hours.
Surely
to
you'll agree
industrial
with me.
action.
Surely you'll agree with me, Treasurer, that mutual gains bargaining is a sham.
Well, I don't.
Well,
But
okay,
then,
well
Mr.
then...
Tudor, it's for you, therefore, to say that if you think it's a sham, then it's really for you. If you have the courage of your conviction...
Ask the nurses and midwives.
If you have the courage of your convictions, then you would
fire
simply
brigade employees.
tell the
Ask
nurses
them.
and you
Don't
tell
ask
the
me.
firefighters.
Ask
Please
them.
desist from talking over the top of the Treasurer.
You
You've
just
asked the question.
ask the unions.
Mr. Tudor, please don't talk over the top of me. You've asked a question. Allow the Treasurer to answer it, please.
Mr. Tudor, if you have the sincerity of your convictions, which I believe you do, then surely you would tell the nurses and you tell the firefighters that you don't like the mutual gains bargaining system and you think we should restore the wage cap system that was there beforehand.
I in fact would, if I had set up mutual gains bargaining in these circumstances you set it up, I wouldn't use it as a sham and pretend to the unions that they were engaging in a process where you had no concept of or intent of delivering them anything. So let me move on. The Star Casino. Has Star Casino paid any $25,000 per head penalties under the Jobs Guarantee Agreement?
No, that's my knowledge, no, it's because the jobs have been protected.
Yeah.
There's been no jobs lost down at Star Casino?
There's been no breach of the Jobs Guarantee Agreement.
So they've maintained their full head count each quarter?
The advice that I have is that they are satisfying the terms of the agreement.
Yeah.
Well,
As confirmed by
does
the
that
relevant
include
union.
does that include keeping on employees who have been found to be falsifying records?
I mean, the jobs agreements allows them to exercise disciplinary matters. That's not what it's designed to impede. But you'll also find that the way in which the jobs agreement has been constructed.
Are you aware whether or not they're still employed by Star?
I don't know who you're referring to.
Well, the employees who, well, perhaps I can give you details of that and you can make those checks. When did you formally agree to change the deadline of 31st August 2004 for Star Casino to implement its cashless gaming,
I didn't
which was
exercise-
set under the deed?
Sorry, I didn't make such a decision.
Who did?
I believe the only person who has the power to determine that is not me. It's either the regulator.
Well, you were the
It's Minister Harris.
you're the principal protagonist of the agreement, though, were you?
No, but
No, not
they're
in
separate
relation to
matters.
Yeah.
What you're referring to is the jobs agreement requires Star to participate in the introduction of cashless gaming on poker machines.
Yes.
I think what you're referring to is carded play on tables. It's a different form of
No,
thing.
I'm talking about the $5,000 limit on cashless gaming. It's
On-
been extended.
Yeah, I know what you're talking but are you talking about table games or are you talking about the poker machines?
Poker machines.
So no, there has been no extension given to Star. They are participating in the trial and they've introduced it on the poker
But
machine
they were
side.
supposed to, in fact, were they not, required to implement cashless gaming by the 31st of August 2024,
On their poker machines?
to the best of my knowledge.
I think you're confusing the two, Mr. Tudor. With good faith, I think that the 31st August deadline applies to table games, but I'll double check.
In any event, and it goes to the question which has previously been asked, it's been previously being asked that if you had a real commitment to dealing with problem gambling, why was the extension given to the Star in relation to the requirements for Star to implement cashless gaming by the 31st of August?
Again, you have to direct the question to the relevant officials and minister when they appear before estimates, because it wasn't an issue which I exercised ministerial responsibility.
Treasurer, is there anyone in Treasury capable of leading the government's negotiations with the concessionaires in relation to the changes to network tolling? Why do you have to look outside Treasury to do that?
To be fair, there are excellent people inside Treasury who are leading that work, and they are also getting access to expert advice as part of that project.
Well, why do you need a consultant to do that?
Because you privatised these toll concessions, you signed New South Wales up to a system
It's
that
not about
sees
us. It's
pay out.
not about us.
No, to be clear, about this, it's about you, because you're the one who privatised these roads. And I have to say,
no, Treasurer, your government's privatised just as many as us.
No, I'll simply make the point that you signed the people of New South Wales up to sign about $190 billion worth of tolls over the next 45 years.
And how many did you?
How many did Labor government sign up?
You're the one who introduced this particular model, and it's one of the many issues of privatisation which has been left to us to deal with. And so I respect the fact that Treasury has great expertise here. I respect the fact that, given the complicated...
Who was the lead negotiator with Treasury?
Unfortunately, Mr. Tudor-Hope, have you concluded?
Just the answer to that last question, who's the lead negotiator? My understanding is Treasury is currently in procurement.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, you'd be aware that there are a significant number of large coal mines in New South Wales, open cut and underground, and that there is a pipeline of 19 large coal mine, either greenfield or coal mine expansions on the books in New South Wales also. One of them, HVO, Glencore and Yancoal, if approved, I think it's currently before Department of Planning and headed towards the IPC, would be one of the largest coal mines ever approved in Australia and the largest, I think, in New South Wales. New South Wales also has a commitment, a legislated commitment, to reach 70% cut in its greenhouse gas emissions, Scope 1 and 2 emissions, by 2035 and 100% by 2050. If those coal mines, that pipeline of coal mines, are approved, that will mean other sectors of the economy are going to have to cut harder and faster in terms of their greenhouse gas emissions to facilitate those mines and to meet our net zero commitments. Do you accept that as a proposition?
That's sort of potentially, I guess, in respect to that as a proposition, it turns on what you're classifying as Scope 1 and Scope 2, but I accept the premise of the question, yes.
What modelling is, if any, is Treasury doing on the economy-wide impact of other sectors other than coal having to cut harder and faster when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions? What modelling are you doing on a possible approval of those coal mines?
To be fair, I think it is within the bailiwick of either the Department of Climate Change and Environment or the Net Zero Commission.
DQ has the primary model, NACLIM 2.0. I think it's the next update of that model.
That's the climate model.
That's the climate model.
Yes, but I'm not talking about a climate model. I'm talking about the impact of...
I think the scenario modelling that you're describing, as in this particular scenario, is the responsibility to model it. The answer to the question is that Treasury is not modelling that because that falls within the responsibility of the Department of Climate Change and Energy. And also, to be fair, I think the Net Zero Commission's formation also can assist in that task.
So at the moment, the Treasury is not modelling and forecasting the impact of approved coal mines on other sectors of the economy in terms of the cost to them of having to reduce their emissions potentially harder and faster.
So you're talking about proposed mines expansions or approved mines?
Both, like already, a lot of them are already approved mines, but they are expanding.
On the approved mining side of that equation, Treasury would rely on the outputs of the model that the Secretary just referred to, and that is designed to ensure that the government has one source of modelling. And we don't really like the idea that the government on such forecasts would have different and competing models. It's fine for the models to be challenged, but it's important that there is one model that the government does rely on, and I think it is appropriate. The Climate Change, Environment and Water Department has custody of that model.
And that's the NACLIM model.
Yeah, and the second aspect is in terms of the scenario modelling for which you are describing, which is this particular scenario. I don't know if Treasury has had access to it. I don't know if they've modelled it, but I'm sure we can find out for you.
Yeah, I take it on notice.
But your suggestion was it was probably in the bailiwick of the Commission.
Yeah, and look, to be fair, it's because they obviously are the policy lead here.
Okay. What effect, if constructed, when constructed, what impact will the Narrabri gas project have on East Coast gas prices?
Well, the proponents say that they intend to dedicate 50% of the supply to New South Wales, is the first point. Secondly, it does turn, therefore, but the direct price impact of that project turns on fundamentally the international benchmark for which gas is generally priced in New South Wales.
So
it's
does
a very, very good
does
question.
that mean none?
Well, it's a very good question. It's just hard to predict because obviously it's good that if such a project was to be developed, the intention is to provide it domestically. But I would also just make the point.
Why is that?
Well, I guess in the absence of a gas reservation policy...
But we have a gas reservation policy.
We don't have one on retrospective programs, which is the minority of the supply that is produced in Australia. And I should just make the point that I do think that it would have been wiser for the nation to have introduced a reservation policy 15 odd years ago.
Or in 2013 when I called for one.
Well, you did call for it in 2013. I specifically was referring to 2009 when the AWU called for it. But either way, take whichever period of scenario you wish, we would have been better off.
So from what I'm hearing you say, that the impact of the Narrabri gas project on East Coast gas prices will be zero.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
you're saying that the East Coast gas price is linked to the...
I'm saying it's hard to predict because it does turn on the volume of supply that is in the East Coast market in general.
So what impact will the Narrabri gas project... previously you've argued against approval of the Narrabri gas project.
Yeah.
You did. When I think you were a duty MLC out at Coonamble, if I recall.
That's correct.
A few stump speeches out there, quite good. I didn't mind those. What impact will the Narrabri gas project have on cost of living for people in New South Wales?
I'm not in a position to tell you is the honest answer on that particular question, other than I hope that in the event the project goes ahead, it lowers the cost of living. Obviously, that does determine on the gas intensity of household consumption. I should just make the point that the majority of gas consumption is by industrial businesses. So it's not a major part of the household energy mix. But you're quite right to say it does help set the price of other forms of energy. So there is a correlation, is what I would accept. you make a point that of my previous opposition to it. I would simply make the point that my opposition then was, and still is, about what impact the project would have on the Great Artesian Basin. But I should just make the point, that position was taken to an election. It wasn't endorsed by the people of New South Wales, and we have made the point since that we respect the independent planning processes that have taken place since.
Thank you, Treasurer. Questions, Robert?
No, mate, no.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much. Treasurer, when we were talking earlier, we were talking about my concerns with this budget having very little for people with disability in our state. In fact, I think there was that $1 million in extra taxi subsidy that we could find, and that was about it. Did people in Cabinet not come and actually ask for money for people with disability, or was it
I'm not
rejected?
necessarily sure, Ms Boyd, that I would agree with your characterisation that that's all that's it, but I do accept your point that's all you saw, in terms of what you saw. But I would make the point, when it comes to disability, there are other initiatives which I would point to. Firstly, the refuelling of the budget that's available for the Transport Access Program is one example. Another example is, of course, the provision of additional assistance in our education system for kids who have a disability.
Sorry, can we just do go back to that first one?
Yep.
So the Transport Access Program,
Yep.
the one that, people with disability are a bit frustrated because it's been over 20 years since we signed up to the federal agreement to make all of our transport accessible.
Yes.
This was merged with the car park program, I understand, and now it's very unclear for us to see what exactly is...
My recollection is that the TAP is still a program. It's in isolation, and we continue to fund it. But I'll happily come back to you on detail on that.
Was there an increase in funding?
Well, certainly in the last budget, and yes, because this was one of those projects, incidentally, from memory, and let me double check the details, but I'm fairly positive from memory this is one of those projects that was slated to be on a fiscal cliff. So we were happy to be in a position to provide it with additional resources as well. But I accept that it's a very important program, that it has led to people having more access to public transport. To be fair to the Transport Access Program, the TAP program should be a continuous program. It should be going for 20 years. It should be going for more than 20 years.
No, but it didn't get started for at least 20 years. And I understand that you weren't
I've only been Treasurer for 15 months.
No, I know. But we did have a Labor government in some of that time, and they didn't do anything either.
Maintain your rage, as one Labor leader put it. And but I would just make the point that I think you and I both agree how important that program is. Let me see if I can get you some additional information about disability communities in the budget. We'll see if we can track down a more specific list of information for you on that.
Okay, that would be really good.
Yep.
Can I ask also, I was quite disappointed with the responses to some of the supplementary questions and questions taken on notice in the last budget estimates. I assume you sign off on them.
I do.
Sorry, is it still me?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So you do sign off on them.
I do. I'm sorry to have disappointed you.
I was quite disappointed.
I'm not sure I can promise to do any better, but I will.
Well, you should.
I will try.
Yeah. So
Some of the answers are disgraceful.
Again, one
Order.
of the issues that you and I both spoke about when you were in opposition was in relation to having a more transparent budget document. And I, again, appreciate that you've inherited quite a scrambled mess of a government to try and wrap our heads around. However, one of the things that the domestic and family violence sector have been calling for a long time is in relation to having a very specific line item that we can see exactly how much is being spent on programs, rather than having to ask every time in estimates about exactly what you're funding where. I asked about this in, I think this was a question on, no, this was a supplementary question. I said, will you commit to clearly stated budget line items to ensure spending on domestic family violence prevention and response in New South Wales can be tracked? The answer I got back was, the financial aggregates in the budget are prepared each year in accordance with the Uniform Presentation Framework and the Australian Accounting Standards.
It's a great answer.
It's obviously not what I was asking. I wasn't asking, are you in compliance with applicable accounting standards? Obviously you are. I was asking if you would provide transparency over over domestic and family violence funding.
Well, firstly, Ms. Boyd.
That's one of the less egregious examples.
I'll come to the others.
The idea that that we should take for granted that governments comply with accounting standards, as you and I have learned, is not something we should necessarily assume.
That is also fair.
The second point, and this is definitely a far more serious point, which is the uniform financial presentation is designed to ensure that state budgets are firstly comparable to each other, and secondly, it's prescribed as a standard, I believe, by the ABS.
Yeah.
We all have to follow it. That's the first point. The second point about budget papers per se is that budget papers have to reflect appropriations, which means that, as you were well and truly aware, particularly when it comes to the intervention of family and domestic violence, there's a series of interventions that are undertaken through separate appropriations, which is why you can't necessarily identify it by a program level when it's a component of a broader appropriation. In this particular case, obviously, the Department of Community Services, Family and Community Services, the Health Department, Education Department.
Understand
That's
that.
why in Budget Paper 1. But you'll also recall that you're talking about the supplementary questions, but you also asked me about the broader budget papers, and I made the point that part of the reasons why we engaged in reform of budget paper number 2 and the incorporation of a wellbeing framework is really to pick up on the valid point you're making, which is we can make information more accessible.
So, but there are particular line items, for example, the funding of frontline workers in domestic and family violence services, which would be easy to actually specify and state. That would be really
yes, but you have to
helpful.
reconcile with the legal requirement to publish it in appropriation form. So if you pick up, for example,
you could provide that additional information as part of the supplement. I mean, it's a choice, isn't it, as to how you actually specify a whole bunch of this information where certain things are drawn out as being, look, we're doing this, look, we're doing that. Why not that? Why not this is how much we're spending?
In this particular budget, I don't think the government hid the fact that we've made the biggest single increase in emergency and other support for domestic and family violence.
I would not be going down this track, Treasurer, when we're still 2/3 of what they have in Victoria.
Yes, but to be fair, Victoria started this process back in 2014, and we didn't. We weren't in at that time. And in my first 2 budgets, I have substantially, with partnership, not me, the government, as a result of us working with the sector, and whose expertise we deeply respect, have increased it. So I just make the point that I take your point about the fact that particularly we do want to make information more accessible and easily understandable, which is why the Finance Minister is leading the work around the reform of budget paper number 2, which is the wellbeing framework. And we look forward to working with you and others in that process.
Okay, but so 2 things out of that. The first one is this answer to my supplementary question was not an answer, was it?
Well, no, because I think to be fair, hang on, wait. To be fair, I always made the point that the supplementary is in addition to the evidence that I gave in the committee, and I just think it's reasonable that you read the supplementary in accordance with... Yeah, it's very clear.
Will you commit? And the answer is, we prepare in accordance with. That's not a... You know as well as I do, that's not an answer.
Well, it's an answer. You just don't like the answer.
No,
Let's just be clear.
It's not, okay.
You
it's
disagree
an
with the
answer to a
position.
completely different question, which would have been, do you prepare in
It's a
accordance with
response,
accounting
not an
standards? And
answer.
you would have said, yes, we do. That's not the question. The question asked was, will you commit to a clearly stated budget line item in relation to domestic and family violence spend? And you've not answered that question. You've just answered a completely different one.
I will commit to ensuring that the budget papers comply with the legal requirements and other presentational requirements.
Still not
And
what
I
was
will
asked.
commit to seeing what further information we can provide in our budget papers.
Okay. And then separately, there seems to be, and I have my own views on why this is, and I would really appreciate a candid response. It appears that the government is far more keen to fund new things than it is increasing existing things. And we see it a lot in the domestic family violence sector, where we see, for instance, a sector that is asking for frontline workers in existing services to have their funding increased by, double basically in order to meet demand. But they keep asking for that, and then every budget, whether it's your government or the previous one, we get, here's some capital spend on a brand new refuge, or here's a program or an initiative that we decided to put money into. But there's never funding for just what some might think of as just not being as media worthy, which is actually increasing the core funding for these services. Why is that?
Well, I firstly don't consider there to be a trade-off between new and existing. Secondly, I think it's very important that we do have new and additional resources here. And I point to two particular initiatives. I referred to the emergency package, but I also refer to the fact that this budget made the biggest single investment in the expansion of social housing that any government has made.
All right, we'll come back to
Since
that as well, because the numbers are very
since
odd.
World War II,
Okay.
for which half of which will be available for the family survivors of domestic violence, which is huge. Second point I make is your broader point around the particular issues to do with the campaign that has been led by NCOS and others for a baseline funding increase for the organisations that non-for-profit that participate in the sector.
Yeah.
We are working with them on that. But the first point I'd make is what we have done in respect to that particular campaign has been the first government to commit to the introduction of long-term contracts. And I think you make the point there about the sector. The sector has a series of requests.
Yeah.
The first of which is, firstly, we'd like to be able to have security of funding.
Yeah.
And that is why we have a reform process in plan with NCOS
And I look
and
forward
the
to that
ASU
being actually rolled
for
out.
the introduction of 5-year
Yeah.
funding agreements.
Yeah.
We've made it clear that as part of that process, we want to be sure that these very important partners of the
Okay.
government
But
are
you
supported.
You said a moment ago, sorry to interrupt you, but it's quite a long answer, so just bringing you
It was
back.
a long question,
You,
but-
you said it a little while back that you were working in consultation with the domestic and family violence sector in working out what was important. But the domestic and family violence sector have said nothing other than that funding for their
No,
core
that's not true.
services is the number
No,
one
that's not
priority.
true.
The Domestic Violence New South Wales, as the peak body, has
Sure,
been
yeah.
putting that forward
that's not the only thing they
over
said.
and
Yeah,
over
of course they have.
as the most important,
And I respect
the most important
respect-
priority, and yet that keeps getting ignored.
I respect very much the contribution and the role that Domestic Violence New South Wales plays, which is why I asked them, incidentally, to co-chair the Shared Equity Redesign Scheme. And they did that work, and it was fantastic work, because they were the first ones to actually
Yeah.
define,
Yeah.
well, who is a
But
victim
why are we ignoring
survivor.
their advice?
But we're not, is my point.
But we're
which
still
is-
not doing the very basic thing. People are being turned away because there's not enough people. These workers are being burnt out
But-
because their demand is so high.
Ms. Boyd, I have no doubt that those people who are responders to family and domestic violence do an incredible job.
Is it
And
because
secondly-
it sits
Ms.
on
Boyd,
the
can you let me
recurrent
finish?
spending?
No, can you
Is
say-
that
let-
why we're not funding it?
No, if you just let me say on the as part of that issue. There are two issues there, and firstly, it is Domestic Violence New South Wales, it is NCOS, and it's also the Australian Services Union. And we're working with all of them on this particular challenge that you're making a point, which is a very valid point, which is about the challenge of keeping and recruiting people who are capable of responding to family and domestic violence. I can point to a series of changes that we've implemented that address their concerns, and I accept the fact that they would like more. But I would just point out that in addition to the other measures that we've faced, in both budgets, we have incidentally accepted that when there is a wage increase that's handed by the Fair Work Commission, we will pass it on. And we've done that as a crucial step in response to their advocacy. And that's the first point we've done. The second point is we're introducing portable entitlement leaves, which is you also find is also a very key ask. Which is my way of saying, Ms. Boyd, is that we're working through the requests. And it doesn't mean that every request is going to be granted on day one, no. But we're not dismissing the problem, and nor are we suggesting that the problem is illegitimate. But we are being honest and truthful about the programs of reforms that are required for us to be in a position to make such a decisions along what they're asking for. I'm not going to tell Domestic Violence New South Wales to stop campaigning. I'm going to continue to make the point to them that please tell
They
us
won't be
what
able
more
to soon.
you
They'll be
need.
too exhausted.
And well, to be fair, I don't think that's true either, Miss Boyd. They're very, very good advocates. And to be fair to them, when in response to some of the terrible tragedies we've seen this year, which are caused by men on women, the Domestic Violence New South Wales has been a credible partner for the government in navigating these
You're
very
very
complicated
lucky.
issues. We are. And
Should
so
listen
I'm
to
just
them.
not going to suggest for a second that they are an organisation that is anything other than an ideal partner to work with. But that doesn't mean we agree on everything at the same point in time.
Thank you, Treasurer. Questions now from the opposition.
So, thank you, Treasurer. Do you recall before the election an interview you did, it may have been with Lockie Kennedy, I think, where you committed to no new taxes during the next 4 years of government?
So I can't hear your question, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Do you recall an interview that you did before the election where you committed to no new taxes? And I think it was with Lockie Kennedy.
I do.
So you say then that in relation to that, having seen the submissions on the short-term rental framework, which closed 6 months ago, that there will be no new taxes introduced in relation to the short-term rental market.
Sorry, what's the question?
Do you say or tell us that there will be no new taxes introduced in respect of the short-term rental market?
Yeah, I mean, look, the short-term rental consultation paper for which you're referring to is canvassing a series of policy initiatives that are designed to ensure that there is no further leakage of rental stock from long-term rental to short-term rental, and equally a return of a return of stock from short-term to long-term. The reason why that is important is because we have had evidence undertaken by the Treasury, in fact, that does suggest that there has been a migration, and I'm going off memory now, to the extent of about 45,000 over the last 5 years that may have otherwise have stayed in the long-term rental market. And that does have an impact on price. I think it's, again, from memory, it's circa 1 to 1.3% of rent. I think, but I'll double check that number. So that is the problem that is described in that consultation paper. The consultation paper canvasses a number of initiatives that the government could take in response to that. That one of which is the ones which you've referred to, which is the introduction of a charge. The second are further restrictions on the number of days, and there's other such initiatives that are proposed in response to that particular problem.
So would you rule out the introduction
So what I will simply
of
make
a
the
new
point
charge?
is that what's been interesting about that process is the feedback that it's yielded, and equally about what initiatives could work and what initiatives the community would accept. What's been fascinating has been the fact that there is a widespread consensus that the problem does need to be tackled, and there's still work to do about which is the right initiative to be pursuing to address the problem. So it's my intention to, of course, allow that consultation process to take place in good faith.
So, but in acknowledgement of the commitment that you made, can you rule out the charge?
Well, I'll simply make the point that in this particular budget, we didn't impose the charge.
I'm well aware of that.
And so I just refer you, given this is budget estimates, I'd refer you to the budget.
Well, no, but I'm giving you an opportunity, having discussed the options which have been canvassed in the discussion paper, and one of which was included a charge. In view of the commitment which you made before the election, would you rule that out?
Well, again, I'll just refer you to my earlier answer, Mr. Tudorhope, which is the government's consulting in good faith. It's good faith for us to consult.
So you're also so just along those lines, the commitment which you made, it was also a commitment not to increase taxes, and I think you were asked some questions earlier in relation to the point of consumption tax. Will you rule out an increase in that tax?
I think I made it clear that the point of consumption tax is one component of a broader racing funding arrangement for the racing industry, and I also described in some detail the consultations that the government is undertaking. So I'll simply make the same point I just made in respect to your questions about the short-term rental, which is I think it's fair and appropriate that we allow that process to take place in good faith.
So, are you preparing us all for a broken promise, are you?
Well, Mr. Tudorhope, what I would simply say is that...
You said no new taxes, so...
Yeah, and the point of consumption tax you introduced. It's not a new tax. And I'd also make the point...
Or increase it?
But I'd also make the point that when it comes to the point of consumption tax, the government is looking at its appropriate design and equally its interactions with the racing distribution agreements for the purposes of determining whether or not the racing industry can continue to fund its operations. Given how important the racing industry is to lots of people, and particularly those who work within it, I think it's fair and reasonable that we undertake that process in good faith.
Yeah, well, in view of the commitment which you gave, and this is your opportunity, Treasurer, this is your opportunity to ensure that when you made that commitment that you were telling the truth, that you will not increase the point of consumption tax and you won't impose a short-term rental tax?
I'll just make the point that I just did, which is I'll refer you to my previous answers.
So you won't give the commitment?
Mr. Tudor, I think I've answered your question 4 times.
Will you give it? No,
5
you haven't
times now.
answered. I've asked you for the commitment.
What was the commitment again for us?
That he would not be introducing a short-term rental charge.
So, as you can see in the budget papers, we did not introduce
You
a
haven't,
short-term
but
rental
I'm
charge.
asking will.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah,
saying
so
to you, that,
you still commit to your pre-election promise.
yeah, I'm making the point to you, Mr. Tudor, that that pre-election commitment didn't preclude us from engaging in reform conversations, and therefore we will continue to do so in good faith. But when we have a change to announce, I'm sure you'll be the first to know.
Premier,
Not Premier, I'm the Treasurer. You're using yesterday's questions, Mr. Tudor.
do you have
What's your
design- do you
definition
have-
of tax,
do you-
Treasurer?
My definition of tax.
Hey.
I knew you'd ask. I knew you'd ask. I rely on the definition that was given by Chief Justice Latham back in, I think it was 1936. And it is a compulsory extraction of money by a public authority for public purposes is enforceable by law and is not a payment for services rendered. And all of us students of constitutional history know full well the circumstances that led to Chief Justice Latham making that finding. It was to do with the complex taxation of cemeteries and the contributions therefore. So that's the definition that I rely upon, Mr. Rowe.
Well, you'll use the one that suits you best, I'm sure.
Well, I'm using the one the High Court provided.
You'll use the one that
I'm using the one the High Court
You'll use the
provided.
one that allows you to obfuscate and get around.
Are you suggesting that this form of law that has been the law of the land for nearly a century
I am
is
suggesting,
wrong?
Treasurer, that you will use whatever means is necessary to,
I
in
had
fact,
to
break
write
your commitment.
quite a few
Order.
papers on the definition of a tax.
Order.
Right?
Your
We'll have a
opportunity
question, Mr.
today was to
Tudor.
make your commitment and you've refused to do so. So, let's move on. You're aware of the current location of Dorothy and Betty?
Excuse me? Oh, the boring machines?
Yes.
Well, I haven't tuned in this morning, but
But they're moving, incrementally. The two tunnel digging.
well, they're
machines.
moving, which is
They are.
good to
Yeah,
hear.
and it
I
is.
have to say, I
Really?
always prefer to hear
Isn't
boring
there 4
machines
now?
that are. And I got to say, I know you've got some experience with boring machines, Mr. Tudor. You may be seeing something now.
I have to say that we have one of the best tunnel boring
You are one
machines.
of the best borers I have come across.
Well, thanks.
boring, the
But
best
in fact, on a serious note, we have a workforce second to none in the world in relation to the
Boring.
delivery of creating tunnels using boring machines. So don't deprecate that
Mr. Tudor.
workforce which we have delivered to you. So
Mr.
you're
Tudor,
aware of...
Can we have a question rather than like lengthy?
Well, I too respect I respect the people who bore in
and
this.
dare I say boring preambles.
So, will they have passed the Rose Hill site before any determination will have been made in relation to the unsolicited proposal which is currently
Is this a physics
with the government, which is really a solicited proposal?
Mr. Tudor, I just refer you to the answers that the
leaves
Premier gave you
Chicago.
yesterday when you asked him this. I have no further information to provide you on that than the Premier provided you yesterday. I recall when you asked, I think, the exact same question yesterday.
No, I'm coming to a different...
I'm fairly positive you asked the same question
I want to know
less
what
than
advice-
24 hours, so I have no further information to provide you than what the Premier did yesterday.
But
I
there's been a
didn't
whole
ask
24 hours.
I didn't ask the Premier anything
I-
about boring machines.
No, you asked.
And if you want to check the at Hansard, I asked
Well,
him...
I think, okay, well, I withdraw if you
Good,
asked it
thank
of
you.
the Premier. You may have asked it of Mr.
So-
Draper.
So, what advice has Treasury given you, or has it provided, about the potential cost of retrofitting a station after the tunnel has been constructed?
Well, to be fair to Treasury, I think, are waiting to see the outcome of that particular proposal before they engage at that level. But to be fair, such modelling would first be undertaken not by Treasury.
Well, one of the issues which has been raised in relation to this proposal, of course, is is that assessments are being done in relation to the proposal, and the cost of those assessments is being borne by the people of New South Wales. Why isn't the nature of an unsolicited proposal, if that's what it truly is, such that the proponent would pick up the cost to the state of the consideration of that proposal?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, your government designed the unsolicited proposals process. We haven't changed it.
Well,
so it's
you
the
could
same process.
You could have as a condition, and in fact I think the Secretary made the concession yesterday that it is something that they could consider.
Well, it's the same process that your government used to decide whether or not to build the North Connects. It's the same process that your government used to decide whether or not to build a casino. So I would simply say that we are following the same process that your government designed. If your view is that your government was deficient in that design process, then I look forward to you proposing some additional reforms.
I am suggesting.
But can I just make the point about Rose Hill? Rose Hill, obviously it's a matter for the ATC members as to whether or not they wish to pursue the proposal. But we shouldn't ignore its potential, particularly to provide housing at a time of acute housing shortage.
Thanks.
And I just make the point that your former member
that's not
for
I didn't ask
Parramatta-
that question.
But
Can I just take a bit? Treasurer. Treasurer.
Nadler on a point of order.
Well, this is
Mr.
unresponsive to the question, quite frankly.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, Mr. Nadler on a point of order.
Procedural fairness resolution requires courtesy to be extended to the witness. The Treasurer was providing important context to the answer which he was giving to Mr. Tudor-Hope's question. I just asked that he be heard in silence.
To the point of order, the Treasurer was not being relevant to the question I asked.
Further to the point of order, there is wide latitude given with respect to relevance at budget estimates hearings, and I would suggest
Wide latitude doesn't allow him just to answer
a relevant
question which wasn't
response to a question asked.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. The Treasurer was providing context. Wide latitude is given to members, and we should treat all members, all witnesses, with courtesy at all times,
you can be sure of that.
and desist from interjecting, Treasurer.
But I was just saying, Mr. Tudor-Hope, we shouldn't ignore the potential for Rose Hill to play a unique role in solving the housing shortage that is affecting lots of people.
Correct.
And
Correct.
that is not just
we support the concept, Treasurer. However, what we do is we want the process to be right. In relation to any unsolicited proposal which was accepted by the previous government, it didn't come from the Premier's mate. It didn't come from a mate. This is the problem we're facing here, isn't it? This is an unsolicited proposal which has come from the Premier's
Mr.
mate.
Tudor, you're inviting me to speculate on the previous government's engagement
With the casino and the North Connects, which you identified.
Well,
did they come from mates?
Well, but your use of the USP process was a lot broader than that, and you know that.
I do.
And equally, I just make the point that I take you at your word when you say you support Rose Hill.
Absolutely.
You support Rose Hill?
We support the whole principle of additional housing being supplied.
At Rose Hill?
If in fact the members are properly consulted in relation to it, and there is a proper process which has been gone through, absolutely, and that the infrastructure is available, all those things which need to be
that's
considered.
fascinating, Mr. Tudor, because to be fair, the former member for Parramatta said, texted this into a radio show. This is Jeff Lee. He says, "I always wanted an extra station at Rose Hill, but couldn't convince my own side. Minns has made a bold move and he's done the right thing here." So that's what you agree with?
Well, if there is to be a railway station to support 25,000 new...
You're happy for it to be at Rose Hill?
Can we ask the questions, Treasurer, rather than, as fun as it is, I think
I'm just trying to properly appreciate your position on this.
Well, I can tell you though that if I was sitting there, I would be very concerned about a process where we were accepting unsolicited proposals from mates. Okay,
but Jeff Lee's made the point that it's a bold move and he's done the right thing here. And I just make the point. I agree with Jeff Lee on that. I thought he was an energetic member.
Well, he wanted.
And I just make the point.
There is a legitimate argument, isn't there, Treasurer, to have an additional station to support housing
The one in Triple One Inn.
at Camellia,
Oh, Camellia.
and the surrounds of Rose Hill
Oh, let's
in
talk about
any
Camellia
event.
then. Because you're talking about cost. Well, you're talking about the costs incurred in the government considering a proposal at Rose Hill, which, as I understand from the evidence that was given by Mr. Draper yesterday, is circa $1 million. Your government paid out $101 million extra on buying a highly polluted site for the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2 project, which I haven't forgotten.
Yeah.
So when you're asking me, am I concerned about the cost?
But I'm concerned about delivering housing. Have you done the contamination on this site?
Order, Mr. Tudor.
Have you done it?
Order, Mr. Tudor. You've asked a question.
No,
You
he
might
asked
not
the
like
question.
the answer.
He's asking the questions.
No, he's giving an answer.
He spends his time asking
Order,
questions.
Mr. Tudor. I've called it order for the second time, and remind you that
He spends his life
if
asking
you
me
call to
questions.
order for the third time, we'll close the meeting and have to consider further action.
Mr. Tudor,
The treasurer has the call.
Mr. Tudor,
This is just...
you asked
Call
me
him to order.
in the last.
He keeps asking me questions.
Take his chair.
Order. The treasurer has the call.
You asked me in your soliloquy just then, is Rose Hill contaminated? Rose Hill is the part of the peninsula that's not contaminated. Because it hasn't been used, for example, as an oil refinery or an asbestos factory, which is very different to the land parcel your government bought, which was now housing the stabling yards for the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2, which was meant to cost us $15 million, then rose to 50, and then ended up being 100 on the acquisition cost, let alone the additional 150 million paid on remediation. So if you're asking me what is a better
So
use
have you
of
done
public
any modelling in
funds-
relation to actually retrofitting a station?
I haven't finished.
Well, no, I finished.
No,
So,
I haven't finished.
I finished. I finished.
All which is why I'm saying, if you're complaining about the costs incurred by the government in contemplating a proposition that would see us add a station
So
to
you're
Rose
not
Hill
serious
that
about
could
delivering housing, are you?
facilitate 25,000
You're not
additional
serious.
homes.
You're not
Order.
serious.
The costs
It's evident
Pale.
that you're not serious.
pale
Order.
in comparison to the
Tudor.
benchmark your government set
Well-
when it purchased the
Well,
site
then
in Camellia.
show us that you're serious about delivering housing by giving us some modelling on the retrofitting of a station.
So, again, should we find ourselves in a situation where the proposal proceeds, then I look forward to providing you with an update on that.
I'm
But
delighted to
also,
receive it. And
the additional 25,000 homes.
how
which-
did you get to that number?
Now-
How did you get to that number?
Well, I simply
Who
make
told
the
you that?
point.
25,000. Who told you 25,000?
So, Mr. Tudor.
How did you get to that number?
Sorry, Mr. Tudor.
Did you get to that number?
Can-
Is that your number or someone else's number? Answer?
Well, could you give him a chance?
Answer?
Is now the appropriate time?
yeah,
for
I'm
me to give
waiting.
you an answer? I simply make the point
Where's the number from?
that, in respect
Order, Mr. Tudor.
to the,
no idea.
just maybe we can compose ourselves, Mr. Tudor, and I can answer your question.
Think about it. Think about it a bit longer.
I would
Order.
just make
We have
the
to
point.
order. I'll just remind all members that all witnesses have to be treated with courtesy at all times. It's discourteous to badger them with the same question repeatedly. The treasurer is about to answer. Please begin with your answer. That would assist us.
I would just
Don't
make
it
the
up,
point
because we know you're making it up.
that additional housing at Rose Hill compared to now, under any scenario, is a lot more than what your government was prepared to put in as a
So do you know the number or not?
Yeah, I make the point that
Where
the
did it come
preliminary
from?
estimates were estimated at that number.
Where did it
and
come from?
I would simply make the point that that scenario will be tested, as will the rest of it, should the proposal
So it might be a
proceed.
made-up number.
Well, Mr. Tudor, all I can say is that there's one side of the politics that is serious about engaging with the housing crisis, and there's another that wishes to play politics with it.
On that note, I'll pass to Mr. F.
The much more serious question.
Different question.
Here we go.
In 2021, you said Tahi was a honeypot for consultants. Now that you are the treasurer, is it still a honeypot?
No, because I got rid of Tahi.
Well, the
so
new,
Tahi's
the new
gone.
entity, the new entity.
Well, the transport asset manager
Yeah.
is in the midst of being stood up. And I can assure you that
It's not yet rolled out.
Well, it's in its transition stage. But you're quite right to say Tahi was a honeypot for consultants.
And you've made cuts to the consultant budget
I have.
at the new entity / Tahi.
Well, at the whole government level, for what it's worth. I mean, why stop at Tahi? Like, I mean, the other point I'd simply make, as if you were to...
if you were to, I point you to the Auditor General's report on the use of consulting.
Well, the way the bill hasn't passed yet.
In fact, I can provide you some additional information.
The bill hasn't even passed.
Let me provide you some
haven't got rid of
additional
Target.
information because I think that Miss Boyd might be interested in this as well. But you'll be pleased to know, I can give you a bit of information that our spending with the big four consultancy firms, that is Deloitte, EY, KPMG and PwC, peaked in 22-23, which is your last year in government, at $352 million. And already in the preliminary advice we've received from financial year 23-24 shows that number with the big four firms have come down to $199 million, so nearly halved. Equally, I can inform you that from the years 2018-19 to 22-23, that your government spent about $1.3 billion with those four firms.
Yeah, but I asked about Tahi specifically.
So under Tahi, your government spent... do you want me to come up with a list with what your government spent
What are you
on?
spending now on consultants at Tahi?
Well, Tahi's been abolished.
Well, it hasn't yet been abolished. The bill hasn't even gone through Parliament.
No, it's been desocked.
So what was in the last budget or this budget? What's the spend on consultants for Tahi / the rebrand
Well, Tahi's currently
entity, and what was it in
the previous years?
Previous
Well, the previous years
years
was very high, and I can also just make the point. Tahi spending was one component of consultant spending. The other parts of the consultant spending in respect to Tahi was incurred by the Transport Department and incurred by the Treasury. In fact, they were the three principal entities that were engaged in the issues to do with Tahi. I'm sure we will happily provide you what was spent by Tahi in the last few years of that period of time. But obviously, if you're asking me what's being spent now, we're currently in the audit phase in the preparation of annual reports. So I would allow that process to take place. When it comes to that specific entity, all government agencies have to account for their consultant spending in their annual reports. They are all required to list their aggregate spend. I think it's over $150,000, Secretary?
Yes.
And then equally the number of contracts that fall below that number, between 50,000 to 150,000 have to be described in count terms in the annual report. So I'm sure that the Tahi successor body will, in their annual report, provide you that information. It's actually a bit too premature because it's still currently through audit. But the broader point is that our spending with the big four firms in this particular year has come down by about 160 million. And I actually should just make the point that is a good thing and reflective of the fact that the government is working in partnership with the public sector to build up public sector capabilities. And also, I do want to pay tribute to the departments who have acted on that election commitment. And equally, I do want to particularly acknowledge the role of the Finance Minister in enforcing that requirement across the agencies and working in partnership with them to bring that spend down.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, despite the government publicly and the Premier publicly saying they have a disinclination to legalise cannabis, decriminalise cannabis, are you aware that there's an area in New South Wales within New South Wales that has allowed people to grow cannabis, possess cannabis, and is doing so very successfully?
ACT.
I don't give it away. Dr. Kane? No, it wasn't to him.
He was watching, he knows.
Mazinga.
It's the ACT,
Yes, I'm
just to be clear.
Is it the ACT?
Yes, it is.
Hey,
Correct.
it's a trick
Right.
question.
Yeah.
That's a Dorothy Dixer.
Are you aware of that?
I am.
And are you aware that it's been, according to reviews, a spectacular success? That it's led to a huge reduction in the number of interactions between individuals, young people, First Nation and police, and it considerable benefit to their budget in terms of cost to the criminal justice system?
Well, I'm certainly aware that is the view of the ACT government.
And what's your view of that? Do you think that has...
I'm in no position to provide any insight as to whether or not that position is correct or not.
But do you think that's something that the government should be, the Treasury should be looking at, the benefit to the taxpayers of New South Wales of moving at least to a decriminalisation model in terms of the benefit in terms of cost of policing, reprioritising, refocusing policing, and cost of the criminal justice system.
Look, I'd make the point that I always expect Treasury to be kept abreast of policy developments that are taking place in like jurisdictions that have lessons for New South Wales. So I have no issues if Treasury are abreast of those matters. I believe that in the advice that we periodically get from Treasury about criminal justice interventions, it generally demonstrates that Treasury is keeping itself abreast of these issues.
And what do you mean by keeping abreast? Does that mean doing like modelling or just reading an article in the paper?
Maybe the Secretary might want to talk about that. But in broad terms, when we do have to contemplate interventions in the criminal justice area, Treasury, as does others, do provide a justice impact statement, and that's predominantly a way in which Treasury can give guidance. But the Secretary is much more
But to your
experienced.
specific question, Mr Buckingham, about whether we have recently had a look at the ACT's experience, I'll take that on notice. I know from colleagues that there was work done a number of years ago, but in recent days I'd need to check for you.
The parliamentary inquiry into the regulatory framework for cannabis is on foot. It's receiving submissions and evidence and conducting hearings. Some of the evidence we've heard is that one of the leading causes of especially young Aboriginal women and young Aboriginal people to have interactions with police is for minor cannabis possession, and the suspicion of minor cannabis possession that then leads to other potential offences, fines, bonds, and potentially incarceration at considerable cost. When we note the failures of successive governments, state and federal, to close the gap and reduce the numbers of people, Aboriginal people ending up in incarceration, is that something that the Treasury should look at in terms of reducing, both closing the gap and reducing the cost of incarceration in this
I'd
state?
be very comfortable if Treasury was to look at that. I've got no issues with Treasury looking at that. I'd encourage Treasury to look at any measures which would help us close the gap.
Excellent. Thank you, Treasurer. Mr Borzak?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms Boyd, you've got 5 and then 10.
Cool, thank you. I'm glad you talked about consultants. As you'll know, in the consulting inquiry, we also discovered that there was a bit of a poor definition between consultants and contractors, and that a lot of government spend that otherwise might be with consultants looked like it was contractor spend. We did a bit of work in trying to identify how many contractors there were in different departments and why they were there. I asked you in supplementary questions how many contractors currently work within the Treasury, and the answer I got back was contractor costs form part of the audited financial statements within the department's annual report. Do you think that's a sufficient answer to a question that asks specifically how many contractors currently work in Treasury?
Well, it's a good question.
And a bad answer.
On this one, I would simply make the point that that you're quite right to say that there is quite a bit of confusion about contractor spend. From my own studious reading of audited financial statements of many government agencies for many years, it is confusing. I think, from recall, the Treasury does actually break out contractors separate from consultants in note number 3.
In the total cost, but that wasn't the question. The question was how
Okay, well,
many
again,
are there?
I promise to perhaps see if we can do a better job at providing you that specific information on your supplementary questions. But while we're here, I'm sure that if we're in a position either now or this afternoon to provide you more detailed information, we will.
The specific number I don't have in my notes. It would be a lower number than when you asked the question. We've reduced contractor expenditure by at least 25% during the course of 23-24.
Which is good to know.
Yep.
Because the question then goes on to ask how many contractors have been on contracts longer than, and then there's a sort of 1 year, 2 year, 3 years,
Yeah.
etc. This is a question that other departments did come back to me with answers on. So it was very
Okay.
disappointing to then get, again, the same answer, that contractor costs form part of the audit financial
I
statements.
do have some additional information for you.
Excellent.
Treasury has, I'm advised that Treasury has spent $8.331 million on contractor fees for the period of 1 July 23 to 30 June 2024. Of the 8.331 million, 6.399 million is for contingent labour through Contractor Central, which is a whole of government management system to hire contractors.
Right, that doesn't answer the questions though still.
But it's more information than you had them before.
Yeah, not really, because I could read that for myself.
Oh, you could, but
And I have.
not for a couple of
So-
months. Not for a couple of months, Miss Boyd. So
Yeah,
consider
okay.
that the Netflix teaser, right? For,
All right, so there were 3 questions
Sure.
around how many that I asked last time, and I got back the same silly answer. I would hope that that doesn't happen again, and perhaps we can get some proper
Well, I can give you
information.
more information.
Okay, is it
about
about
trend
how many?
analysis. Yeah, I can give you trend numbers. I'm giving you the information I have, Miss Boyd. And,
Okay.
but I can give you trend numbers on the contractor spend. In 21-22, it
I don't want
was...
spend, I want numbers of people and how
Okay.
long they've been there.
Well, can I
Other-
give you the information that I have, and then you can ask me what more
Is
you
it
want?
new information
You
or is it
probably won't give
information
the
in the
answer.
audited financial reports?
But it's consolidated in a central location for you to access equally.
Go ahead.
It's 12.28 million in 21-22, 10,516,000 in 22-23, and the preliminary numbers are 8.3 in 23-24, which is a 32% decline since 21-22. Equally, just bear in mind, Treasury in that period of time obviously has been affected by MOG changes, or machinery of government changes, including the separation of the Department of Energy, or the formation of the Department of Energy as well. But also, I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the fact that the Treasury Secretary is leading on this matter, as is his senior leadership team, and pay due regard for their attainment of a 32% cost saving over 2 years. It's always good to hear from Treasury.
Thank you. One of the other questions I asked you about last time was in relation to how much money the government is spending on subsidies for weapons manufacturers. You said you'd come back to me on notice, but then on notice you came back saying that's a question more appropriately directed towards the Minister for Industry and Trade, who also can't answer my question. I also asked a bunch of questions of T Corp as to how much they were investing in weapons. I couldn't get any answers back. Does the Treasury know how much money the New South Wales government is spending on weapons manufacturers?
Well, the predominant form of weapons procurement by the New South Wales government is to purchase weapons for the New South Wales Police Force.
No, I'm talking about the...
Well, you asked me about weapons manufacturing.
Yes, which is what's happening around, for example, we've just found out there is now a missiles manufacturing
I don't believe the New South Wales government's buying missiles.
No, that's not what I'm asking you.
But you're asking me how much we're spending on weapons
I'm
manufacturing.
talking about how much you're spending to those weapons manufacturers in subsidies.
Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't hear the subsidies part of the question. I don't know.
I'm not expecting you to be buying missiles.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit surprising.
I'm talking about the amount of,
Right.
of
Sorry, I
New
didn't
South
hear-
Wales
I
money
didn't
that's
hear the term
directly
subsidies
going
at this
into
point.
weapons manufacturers.
I don't know if what we're providing direct subsidies to weapon manufacturers or indirect subsidies to weapon manufacturers. I just don't know.
So it's not something that the Treasury
Well,
has...
to the best of my regard, the quantum is it's either not known because we're not doing it, or if we are doing it, it's incidental to other programs that may be undertaken by the same company.
Yeah.
So I think part of the reasons why you're struggling to get access to information is because I think it's fair to say the New South Wales government's role here is pretty limited.
Yeah, there's been a couple in the past. There's been a couple of weapons subsidy schemes, and there's also been.
Do you have the name of the scheme?
Oh, I don't have it on me. I
If you
gave it
wish
to you
to-
last time. I gave it to you last time in the last estimate.
Okay, if you wish to, we will see if we can look at the transcript from the last time, and
Yeah.
we'll see if we can find the name again, and see if we can provide you with any further information.
If you could give me
Thank
any
you.
information on notice, that'd be great.
Thank you, Treasurer. Thank you, Ms Boyd. Mr Tudor.
Thank you.
Wait, do I get another 10 minutes?
No.
Have you given the time?
I've had some advice from the clerks in terms of in terms of adhering to the resolution of the House and equal time between crossbench and opposition.
So they've had 40 this after afternoon tea.
It's
We've had
aerospace. It's a
30. We
mixture.
get another 10 for
It's like,
crossbench.
it's categorised as Boeing, Airbus, Rolls-Royce.
It's 2020.
Okay.
And they're usually held through index funds, so that's the general.
Otherwise,
Oh,
you'd
yeah.
be-
Well, it's up to if substantive members have them. Mr Borzak's inclination is to give his questions to the opposition, so that's how I'm going to proceed.
That's not in accordance with the resolution, which is that we get 20 minutes crossbench time.
That's the advice I've had from the clerk, so...
Can you recheck that? Because that's never happened in any other estimates ever. Crossbench time.
To the point of order, I've often said that I won't give my time to the Greens, and if advice says that is valid, well then that's what I want to have happen. I can't remember the last time the Greens ever gave me any time.
We give Mr Banasiak time all the time.
Well, I don't care about Mr.
Order,
Banasiak.
order,
I'm
order,
talking about
order.
me.
Let me just talk to the clerks about this.
Yeah, I've got questions.
Where's the casino?
It's right here. It's here.
Well, yeah, we'll proceed. Look,
If
I've
no-
had some advice from the
Okay.
clerks, and so we'll proceed as I
Sorry,
said.
just to the point of order though,
Mhm.
you did say earlier that I would get 10 minutes. I've only had 5. Can I at least have the rest of that time?
The advice I've had is that Mr. Borzak's inclination is to provide that to the to the opposition.
He's given
And
it to you though. He's not giving it to me. He gave you your time, and now I'm asking for the 10 minutes that was allocated for the Greens.
Yes.
I love this room. This is the Harry Potter room. It's fabulous. Yeah, that's right. But the stained glass is just lovely.
Yep. Yep. That's right. And then the resolution that establishes the committee itself.
The question is it Robert's time or is it crossbench?
Well, to the
Robert's
point,
a permanent member of the committee.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
look.
right, the resolution says it's crossbench time, so it's
to the point of order, I've never seen a situation where we've had a joining member coming in here and demanding time from substantive members.
Yeah, look, I've had some
And
advice
debating
that there's two different trains of thought on this, and so I'm going to proceed as I suggested, with allocating the time to the opposition.
Thank you, thank you, Treasurer. Can I just take you to the risks in the budget?
Petty,
Why
Robert.
wasn't the Vanderstock decision included as a risk?
Well, I mean, whether it qualifies as a particular risk for the purposes of a disclosure in a budget statement turns on whether or not there's any litigation against the New South Wales government that arises from the Vanderstock decision. To the best of my knowledge, the New South Wales government is yet to have facing any challenges that arise from the Vanderstock decision. But ultimately, risks are a matter of judgment. Secretary
And we had input from our Solicitor General, and I suppose in plain language, the Vanderstock decision is a decision in respect of a Victorian tax, and we cannot know implications for New South Wales tax base unless and until a specific action is brought. So on balance, we thought it didn't justify being reported as a separate risk.
And
Yeah.
I suppose at the end of the day, it's a prudential judgment to what. But on the face of it, Vanderstock does give rise, and I think potentially there was a discussion earlier about excise duty, and in fact, Vanderstock does give rise potentially for challenges of a whole range of state taxes. Would you agree with that as a proposition?
Well, I would agree that Vanderstock certainly has disturbed the 50-year understanding of what is an excise, and therefore, as a result, it's called into question whether or not other charges could be characterised in a way. The final point I make, Mr. Trudeau, is you're quite right to say there's tremendous uncertainty in the area because the judgment is hard to decipher.
I'm not surprised that you have that view, Treasurer, because the other risks in the budget also include insurance risks, do they not?
Which page of the budget are you referring to? Just to be clear, because there's different categories of risk.
Just let me ask the questions. I think you've given me an adequate answer.
Okay. I mean, are you referring to the parts of the risk, the contingent risks, or contingent liabilities?
Yeah, they're C3. They're towards the end of the budget.
Yeah, there's two of them though. There's fiscal risk and contingent assets and liabilities. Yeah. Fair enough.
General expense risks.
Okay, sure. That's the fiscal risk section, which is B1.
Yep. Yeah, B1.
Yes,
Yep.
sure. Yep. Which part of B1 are you worried about insurance risk?
Well, I'll just take you to the proposition. Insurance risks are managed through the state self-insurance scheme, with the largest being the TMF, and commercial reinsurance are increasing pressures on the state's insurance liability. This is quoting from the BP1 at page 8.
Sorry, BP1 at page 8.
B8.
B8. Oh, B8. Right.
B8.
Yep, sure.
There are increasing pressures on the state's insurance liabilities driven by rising costs and claims relating to psychological injury, medical discharge and historic sexual abuse, cyber climate risk, contractual liability risk and emerging risk. Do you agree? Well, and that goes on, there is a significant risk that these pressures will result in higher than currently estimated costs. So, what do you say, Treasurer, is the potential risk to the budget in relation to historic sex claims?
The historical sex claims risk, is my understanding, is the component of both the TMF and the PMF. PMF has a bit of it as well, doesn't it?
Yes, but...
So it's in the TMF and the PMF, but it does arise as a result of effectively the claim numbers that arise from people's previous interactions with the child protection system, the criminal justice system, and the higher education and the school system are the three predominant sources of claims.
So have you done any work to identify what the scope of that risk is likely to be?
Yes.
And what do you say that?
It turns on claim numbers.
And what are they currently?
Well, the trend is that they're rising, and there's multiple reasons as to why. And just make a point, particularly when it comes to historical sexual abuse, we obviously have an obligation to ensure that the victim survivors of historical sexual abuse are properly cared for and treated.
Treasurer, you've already introduced a number of bills into the Parliament relating to ESL reform. Where in the budget is the funding set aside for the land classification by councils?
It's in the Treasury appropriation.
It's in the Treasury appropriation. And when do you expect to replace the ESL on insurance with your new forever tax?
Well,
the one you're going to place on the family home, you remember that forever tax?
Just to be clear here.
Yeah, no, we are being clear. The forever tax on the family home.
Two questions that you asked.
Good.
When's it going to be applied?
Yeah.
And then your characterisation. So let me just deal with the first component of the question, and I'll leave you to do the characterisation.
No. I think the characterisation is mine, and I'll continue to adhere to it. But anyway, give me the answer to the first question.
It turns on whether or not Parliament consents to the law.
Well, it does. So when do you expect to bring a bill?
Sorry, Parliament has not consented to the change, but are you suggesting that you will support it?
Well, when do you expect to bring a bill to the Parliament so we can consider it?
Well, it's a very good question, Mr Tudor, because it is quite a complicated reform, and we're very minded to do so in a manner which is as open and transparent as possible. Where we're up to in the process is, you're quite right to say that there's sort of 3 streams of work, or technically 4 streams of work that are going ahead. The first are the 2 that you mentioned, which is the enactment of the legislation that therefore facilitates the land classification task, which is taking place. The second, of course,
is that in fact occurring at the moment as we speak? Is the land classification?
Given that your time is limited, maybe you might wish to pick up, particularly with the officials this afternoon, as to where that is. The second point is the broader point, which is when should such changes be proposed. Look, we want to get the detail right. We are very mindful of the fact the previous government did attempt reform in this area. I don't want to repeat history. I know it's triggering for a few of us. But I just
Well,
make
considering
the
your
point,
opposition to the previous.
but make the point that the lessons that we learnt out of that is to hasten cautiously in order to get it right. But I look forward to potentially working with you on a bipartisan manner to see whether or not we can get this change through, because you're quite right to say that it is an important change. I'd point out
By the end of the year,
two factors. I'd point out two factors here. The first is that rising insurance premiums is a major reason why CPI is high. Far from rent, it's the third biggest category of expense increase, first point. Second point, right now, basically it's people with mortgages who carry the disproportionate burden of funding our emergency services. Third point I'd make is that the intensity of use of our emergency services is going up. So I do think that if it would be ideal for the Parliament to work in a constructive and bipartisan manner, and I'm prepared to commit to you that we will deal with the opposition in good faith.
Why did you oppose
on
it in
this question.
2017?
Yeah, I mean, look, Mr.
Mistake.
Rath, I would just make the point that,
Bad memories.
that ultimately, as I said before, I'm not going to traverse too much what went wrong with FESL and why, therefore, your government repealed it. But nevertheless, I'd simply make
No
the point
bipartisan
that,
support.
that your government introduced it, then repealed it before it operated. But I think there's lessons there to be learned from both sides as to how to proceed further with reform.
So, can I just raise another issue with you? There is a proposal, of course, to carry out a land audit. Is that not the case?
Excuse me? A land audit what?
A land audit in New South Wales of land held by various agencies.
There is not a proposal. We have
You
undertaken
have done
the
that,
first part
and there
of
is a
it.
proposal to transfer various land holdings to a new department, Homes New South Wales. Are you aware of that?
It's not necessarily to transfer. I think I saw this line of questioning yesterday. I think
Mr. Kemper gave you responsibility.
yeah,
for
I'm aware of it. But no, I think it's not necessarily a case of transference in all circumstances in respect to land that's been identified as surplus and capable of being used for housing. I think you'll find that Homes New South Wales has the first right to buy it.
And Landcom.
And Landcom too.
So,
It's not transferred.
Has Treasury raised, though, any concerns in relation to the potential budgetary impact of that transfer?
Budgetary impact?
Yeah.
No, we've budgeted for it. I don't believe so, but Treasury? No.
So evaluation's been carried out in relation to each of the lots?
Well, that's where we are up to. So that's what happens now, which is that the first thing's point, I just make the point. We had to put money aside to find surplus land because no one knew. And that was disappointing because I would have much preferred us to inherit a central register of some form that would have described land as being surplus. Instead, what we inherited was targets on each department to sell land and assumptions in the budget as to how much value would be realised that was effectively placed department by department into the broader budget system. What we've had to do is therefore backwards engineer what land could therefore be surplus and then decide whether or not it can be used for housing.
You haven't identified a lot, have you?
And then, well, that's not true, Mr. Barrett. We did have much more than you have, and we're not simply selling
sure
it.
about that.
The other point I just make on that particular task is that in terms of the valuation of the land going forward, then of course it now has to be valued on a different basis because obviously its use is being changed. So I'm just going to allow that work to take place. Chair, I've got a bit of additional information, but I'm going to bring it to provide just quickly in terms of some of the issues that were raised, if you wish to hear it.
Yes, please.
Which is in respect of which
just
issue?
in response to three issues, I just want to provide some further additional detail. In response to Ms. Boyd's questions around funding for weapons manufacturers was the way in which it was put. The first point I can say is in respect to T Corp investments. T Corp's exposures to specific companies or industries is via listed assets and are typically as a result of T Corp investment in index funds. Those index funds, or the aggregate, works out to be as a percentage of the broader portfolio, the exposure to aerospace and defence is 0.49%. But to be very, very specific here, equity and corporate credit exposure to aerospace and defence of 0.49 is based on the relevant global industry classification standard. And just so we can be really specific, that basically means we have exposure to Boeing, Airbus and Rolls-Royce. And it's fair to say that the predominant form of activity undertaken by those companies is airline manufacturing. And whilst I'm first to accept that Boeing, Airbus and Rolls-Royce provide engines and components that are therefore used in aero equipment that is for defence purposes, most of what Airbus, Boeing and Rolls-Royce does is provide engines and build airplanes for commercial and other forms of use. But fair enough, that's the information that I've been given about T-Corp exposure. Second question is, I did provide some earlier information about the spending in Big Four consulting firms. I just want to reiterate the numbers that I provided for the 2, 3, 2, 4 year are preliminary. And finally, Mr. Tudor did ask me about cashless gaming at the Star, and as it relates to the jobs agreement. I can confirm that Star has delivered on its commitment within the jobs agreement to introduce 51 cashless gaming machines and 8 cashless gaming tables within the Sovereign Room at the Star Sydney Casino. And the trial is a precursor to reforms to the New South Wales regulatory framework, which will see requirements for cashless gaming and carded play introduced into New South Wales. So I just want to be very clear here. The advice that I've received is that Star has satisfied its requirements to participate in the cashless gaming trials as a conditions of the jobs agreement.
Well, thank you very much for that extra or that information. Treasurer, thank you very much.
Do you want to, the Labor want to ask questions? Do they need to have time to ask questions?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
No,
So-
We've cut that, have we?
Pardon?
Have we cut that?
The government questions.
Yeah.
Well, they're
Yes,
not
That's okay. That's fine.
proceeding. They can if they want. You can. All right, yeah. So in the absence of some questions from the government, thank you, Treasurer, for your attendance and your questions today. Thank you, Secretary. We'll see you at lunch, after lunch at 2 o'clock. And yeah, thank you, everyone. We'll see you then. into the budget estimates for 2024-2025 for the expenditure in the area of the Treasurer. Before we begin, I will have to get everyone, apart from Mr. Cootes-Trotter, to state their name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation. And I will start over on my left with Miss Awad.
Thank you. I'm Donna. Should I stand? Sorry.
No.
No, is this your
Well,
first
actually,
time?
we said a precedent. Yes.
No.
No.
Don't establish there's a precedent.
lot of questions for you.
Refer them to me.
My name is Donna Awad. I'm the Executive Director of Tolling Reform at Treasury. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkie.
My name is Joanne Wilkie. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Economic Strategy and Productivity in New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Livingston.
My name's Liz Livingston. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Miss Vanderwalt.
Hi, my name's Marina Vanderwalt, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Deverell.
David Deverell, Chief Executive of New South Wales Treasury Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gellibrand.
Thank you. Tom Gellibrand, Infrastructure New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Hirsch.
Said Hirsch, Infrastructure New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to questions from the opposition. Mr. Tudorhope, I assume.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't know, it's a bit hard to know, but I think that potentially to you, Ms. Livingston, these are questions relating to the housing and productivity contributions.
I might take them in the first instance.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Tudor.
maybe I'll do that. And you,
thank you.
Attention. Thanks,
Yep.
Secretary. On the introduction of the passage of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Amendment, Housing and Productivity Contributions Bill, the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces outlined that the Housing and Productivity Contribution would secure $1 billion over the forward estimates and $700 million per year after that. Is that correct?
I can't independently confirm that, but
I think
I take it at face value that you've
correct.
accurately represented his statement.
In the 23-24 budget, it was then revised by $500 million to $1.5 billion. Now, on page 4-16 of BP1, in the 24-25 budget, it was stated there was lower forecast revenue from the housing and productivity contribution. Why is that the case?
So you may recall that there was a decision taken that the new regime would apply to development applications lodged after October 2023, and that wasn't the assumption when the first set of revenue forecasts were made. So I think that's the major change. Right. From memory, budget and forward estimates are estimating about $1 billion from the housing, from the HAPC. Yep.
Well, and the fund is intended to fund critical infrastructure, is that
it is,
right?
Yes.
So is there an impact on critical infrastructure projects, and which, if any, of those projects are impacted by this reduction in...
Yeah, so look, I did check this with relevant Treasury colleagues yesterday. The profile we have for the revenue coming into the fund, if our estimates are correct, would more than meet the commitment, the likely commitments from the fund over that period.
The connection, of course, is that really the anticipated revenue is because there's been a 18% reduction in building approvals. Is that not?
Well, that would be a factor, but the major factor was the change, as I described, to introduce the regime in respect of developments that were lodged after October 23.
But there is a downturn in the lodgement of building.
That would be a factor.
And that does certainly impact on that revenue. So
that would be the factor, but not the primary factor.
Would you agree, though, that with a proposal that one of the impediments to those applications is the number of taxes and charges which are impeding the lodgement of development applications?
Well,
so there's some tension between whether you should back end some of these charges.
There are certainly that view is represented by a number of people in the industry, but we've had some work done for the New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commissioner that looks at the cost build-up to deliver a typical dwelling in a mid-rise development, so 4 to 7 stories, and the cost change between 2018 and the current market. And the major increase in costs are construction costs, up about 30%, financing up about 142%, and land up about 50%. When you look at the cost to deliver a dwelling, including an appropriate return to the developer, the share of that total cost accounted for by state government taxes and charges is 2.54%. So it's a factor, but it's not the major factor.
Yeah. Have you got a projection for what the return will be in 24, 25?
From the HAPC, yeah. I can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
From the introduction of the HPC on the 1st of October, you would have accurate figures now as to how much has already been collected.
We will be publishing the first report from the fund by October. There's a statutory requirement to produce details of money into the fund, money out of the fund within 4 months of the end of the financial year. We'll be doing that.
So it's not in the budget papers, but it will be.
No, but there'll be a separate publication as required by the enabling legislation.
I might move on from that. Just who's going to help me in relation?
No one.
Yeah, well, I think that's self-evident in relation to this. But I just need someone to take me through the manner in which we're going to replace the net asset holding level policy.
Right. Well, my colleague Marina Vandervolt leads the team that will be doing some work on that. So the net asset level holding policy saw the government make a $934 million contribution into SciCorp in May.
You called it a contribution. It was a bailout, I think, when we were in government, and generally it created a headline that it needed to be bailed out. But in any event, we'll call it a contribution.
Well, linguistic niceties aside, there was a payment made under the policy in May, which my colleague tells me is $925 million. And we've just begun work on thinking through what an alternative framework to NAHLP would be. And I don't know whether you can
That's what I'm interested in, what the alternative framework looks like. So it looks like we're moving away from the 105% model to a projected liabilities, which will be then met by, it appears to me, the proposal is almost like an offset account, which T-Corp will run, will it?
Well, at the time of the budget release, we were still working on the implementation of one fund. That is very close to to launch.
Yeah.
And at the time of budget, and because One Fund was still being implemented, there was a decision made by government to make one final contribution under the NHLP, which was the 925 million.
Yep.
And the budget papers also refer to the work that we will be doing. And
So what
are
does that
doing.
new model look like?
Well, we are working on that. So that's under development, and we have some time because the next assessment for the NHLP would be in December, which is normally processed shortly after year end. So, and we also flagged in the budget papers that work has commenced and is
Well,
ongoing.
in fact, you have, and in fact, in the budget papers it says this: a new contribution and transfers framework based on One Fund, which will replace the NHLP, will now apply to most of IF New South Wales funds. Key principles of the framework include, where possible, reallocating money between the investment funds in One Fund to meet short-term funding adequacy needs, contributing if the ratio of One Fund assets to liabilities backed by these assets falls below a certain threshold, and the DRF remaining ring-fenced to be used for debt retirement only. That's what the...
That's right.
the budget papers say.
They're the principles we're working within.
Yep.
The operationalising that is now the challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a timeline on that?
Well, the legislation was also passed after the budget was handed down to provide the Treasurer with those powers to transfer money.
Funds, yep.
Yeah, that's right. So all of the little building blocks that we've put in place are being delivered, and the timeline would have to be before the end of the year.
End of the financial or the calendar year?
Calendar year.
Calendar year.
So the timeline will be to have that in place. So
So in the meantime, the decisions will be guided by those principles.
So is there some work being done between you and the manager of T Corp in relation to how that will operate?
Yes, so we are working very closely with Mr. Deverell and his team at T Corp, and the Assets and Liabilities Committee is overseeing this work.
So, just so I can be clear, will there still be that same sort of ratio principle, the 105% principle, still apply in the budget?
Those decisions are yet to be made.
Can I just go to the new One Fund proposal with you, Mr. Deverell? One Fund has been represented as offering opportunities for potential higher risk. Is that what?
Well, the One Fund...
An investment strategy involving potentially higher risk investments.
Yeah, I think the way I'd characterise it is that with a series of underlying funds, each with their own specific risk appetites and risk constraints, by having it in a One Fund, you're not constrained by all those underlying constraints at the fund level that allows you to manage the money from a top-down whole-of-state perspective. The net result of that is taking a little bit more risk for a greater return.
So what does that look like in terms of taking greater risk?
Well, I think the allocation in terms of equity, the biggest risk is equity risk. So the portfolio currently is around about 40%. If you looked at the sum of the parts, that'll be moving to just above 50% in the portfolio. And that's designed to achieve a CPI plus 4.5% outcome, probably with about a 60-odd%.
So is that the goal that will apply to One Fund? CPI plus 4.5%?
That's correct, yep.
Are you currently achieving that level?
Very similar to that. In the world in which we operate, it's all about estimates and probabilities. So the way we're characterising it, this is moving from a situation of getting CPI plus 4.5%, perhaps with a 50% probability, to now being able to deliver CPI plus 4.5% with a 64% probability. And that gives us the comfort to invest the money the way in which we are. The extent to which the fund delivers CPI plus 4.5 plus a bit extra, well, that's a benefit to the state.
So depends on CPI as well.
Certainly, it does depend on CPI.
It's heading in the right direction, but it's not quite back to the target band of 2 to 3%.
So just in terms of the establishment of one fund, I think the legislation has passed for the establishment of one fund. Yeah, it has. I know. There was some
implementation begins after the US markets close on Friday. So I think Saturday is the start of formal implementation. So the prices at the close of the US markets on Friday are the prices ascribed to the assets that are put into the fund, and that process will take place over a number of days.
That's right.
And then over a longer period, there's a process of changing the mix of assets away from cash and paper, more towards equities and real assets.
That's right. So I think that's a good answer.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. Can I just ask this? There's been some controversy in the media relating to the investment strategies of the four major banks and the extent to which they will invest in resource assets, whether it's coal or gas. Do you have similar ESG?
Yes. So from an ESG perspective, I mean the first issue is that we believe by taking ESG factors into account, you should be able to produce better risk-adjusted returns.
Yeah.
And so seeking better risk-adjusted returns is our North Star, so to speak. And what we have found is that we can use things, particularly indices in things like developed market equities, by using a low carbon index. We can, without compromising the level of return profile, we can end up with a lower ESG emissions in the overall portfolio. So what we're trying to do is deliver these good investment returns while also driving down towards a net zero strategy with certain milestones by 2030, and then ultimately with an ambition to get to net zero by 2050.
So, but is there a component of your investment strategy though, which does in fact invest in coal and gas?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. So the index that we're using, particularly for developed market equities, is a low carbon index, but it's not a zero carbon index.
Yep.
Because the challenge with that, if you go back to that fundamental principle, which is we seek to maximise returns while optimising ESG factors, is that if you moved immediately to a zero weighting, you compromise the return profile of the fund.
You might just add in a couple of quantifications of that. So I'm really speaking from David's own notes, so thank you, David. The exposure of all of the funds under management, that's about $109,000 million, 0.18% coal, 2.54% oil and gas. So there are investments in those sectors, but it's a fraction.
Is there a guideline which actually specifies the limit of investment in coal and gas?
No, there isn't. But what we do, as I said, we use the low carbon index, which you can get through the various index providers,
Yep.
and that determines the weighting to those. But again, we're trying to get that balance between getting to net zero, but we can't get there immediately because we might compromise investment returns, but working with, engaging with the companies in which we invest, working with governments that are driving towards net zero policies. That's the ambition, to get there with milestones for 2030 and ultimately the big goal by 2050.
Mr. Kutstrada, you no doubt participated in the working from home release and consultation for your...
Personally or organisationally?
Well, I'm sure I am very confident that you not you personally, but in terms of the consultation,
yes,
you would have been part of the consultation group for...
The matter was discussed. We meet as a group of secretaries, chaired by my colleague Simon Draper, and I think on a number of occasions from December last year there was discussion about this or related issues.
I think it was before that.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I recall being very concerned personally in relation to... however, in terms of the baseline that you are operating on and gauging, I suppose, compliance with the circular which has now been issued requiring return to work. What do you say is the number of people currently working from home to whom that circular would apply?
Within Treasury?
Within Treasury.
So I need to take that on notice. So I maybe just explain the context within Treasury. So we approach this by going, we have a responsibility for the people we serve. We've got a responsibility to the organisation and teams, and then we consider people's individual needs. So we're prepared to allow degrees of flexibility provided we meet the needs of the people we serve and the needs of the organisation as a whole is met. With that in mind, we are amending our flexible work policy. In essence, it was pretty close to satisfying the requirements of Mr. Draper's circular, but we are emphasising the significant change, which is that you are to be working principally from a public sector workplace, which for Treasury by and large is 52 Martin Place, not exclusively. What does that mean in practice? We think in practice it means an average of at least 3 days a week in the office. That's what the circular says. Over the course of a month. Now, the circular doesn't actually specify that, but it does say principally, work is to be done principally from a public sector workplace, which if you're on an average 5-day working week is going to be something more than 2.5 days. It's not sort of some sort of mechanical manifestation that we're sort of driving for. People do extraordinary work outside our workplace. You've seen it, I've seen it, people working all hours, getting the work done, and we know from the output that people are getting the work done. This is not a concern about people not getting the work done. This is a concern about the sense of shared endeavour and particularly the type of learning that only comes from face-to-face contact for all of us, but particularly for younger people who begin to understand something more about the needs of the organisation, the mission of the organisation as a whole, and without being too grand about it, their role as stewards of public sector institutions. And you only get that by bringing people together and developing, closer and more trusting relationships with one another and giving more senior people the chance to mentor and develop younger colleagues. So for us, it's an evolution, not a revolution. It will mean that we, on average, will see people present in the office a bit more than they are now, but not much.
You can keep going, Tony.
I suppose there's a reporting requirement, or do you want to add something?
Oh, no, happy to. So at present, we do have, for anybody that wants an ongoing pattern of work, that means they are not in the workplace 5 days a week, they need to have a discussion with their manager and reach a flexible working agreement, which is formalised and kept as a record of why the flexible work arrangements are being put in place, what people's, the nature and reason for the arrangements. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to make it easier for people by embedding it in the HR system that we use, and we will make sure that those flexible work agreements are reviewed as the circular requires at least every 6 months, and we'll be able to have good reporting for the proponents of Standing Order 52 motions on how many people are the subject of formal flexible work arrangements in Treasury.
So I'm going to do some real examples of this. There were people after the announcement which had been made, who rang into, I suppose, media outlets talking about their own personal circumstances, some of whom had made lifestyle changes, potentially moving to a new location, childcare arrangements, travel expenses. So what you're, I think, telling us is that that person's particular circumstances would be taken into account for flexible working arrangements. But they may not comply necessarily with the strict...
No, I mean, For all sorts of reasons, including enlightened self-interest. We're in the market for the best and brightest, and we need to offer a workplace environment that gives them a reason to come and work for us and not for XYZ Corporation. We are really sensitive to people's needs, but they don't trump the needs of the organisation and they don't trump the needs of the people we serve. So there's inevitably a compromise, but there is absolutely room for flexibility and good discussions about how we make this work as best we can for the needs of the individual while satisfying the needs of the organisation and the needs of the community we serve.
So that potentially would have to take into account childcare arrangements?
Well, to some degree, but everybody in the workplace has childcare commitments, and we will be as flexible as we can around that. But there may be occasions where people's desired childcare arrangements don't work for the organisation. I hope that's not the case, but we won't know until we have those individual discussions.
So, just to tie this off, is there a point where secretaries will report back on the arrangements that have been put in place, potentially with the numbers of people who have improved their attendance at identified workplaces?
Well, I think that's really a matter for my colleague Simon Draper about what reporting he wants through from us to him. Within Treasury, yes, we'll be able to draw that comparison over time because we've got pretty good data about existing flexible work arrangements and increasingly good data about attendance.
Sorry. So, one final thing. In terms of space, did you, during the course of COVID and thereabouts, give up any office space which we might have to find additional space for people to actually return to work?
So as we look at our footprint, we have shrunk it, but we definitely have enough space on any given day to have 3/5 of our workforce in the office. So we're able to support at least 3 days a week consistently over the course of the week.
But if everyone decided to,
if everybody came on a Thursday, that could be a problem.
Right. So how
on some floors in some locations. So
and is that all hot desking? Is it?
It's all hot desking. Yeah. I think I'm the only person with an enclosed office.
Yes, we've noticed. Interesting.
I inherited it.
I see. Can I just return, Mr. Deverell, you would have seen that Oz Super reported a $1.1 billion loss from its investments in unlisted assets. Do you have a similar strategy in relation to investment in unlisted assets, and are you reviewing that?
Are you planning to lose $1 billion?
We have. There's unlisted assets are essentially assets that aren't traded frequently on exchanges. They come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes, everything from predictable cash flow strong assets such as infrastructure, an airport for example, all the way through to the other end of the spectrum, which would be things like venture capital. I think the issue that was being referred to with Aussie Super was more at that venture capital end. We have no exposure at the venture capital end in our funds. So we have our fill of unlisted in infrastructure, mostly infrastructure and property, both domestically and globally.
Okay, so when one fund is considering its investment strategy, it would not be looking at venture capital type investments.
Precisely.
And going back to the previous questions I was asking in relation to the net asset level holding policy and it potentially being abolished, how will you know how to hold assets relative to the liabilities of a particular organisation?
Well, that's the work that we're doing with Treasury at the moment.
So
we'll be able to answer that question.
And will that be measurable and reportable in the budget?
I can't answer for the budget, but we'll be coming back to, you know, in future budget estimates, we'll have more information.
And you do an annual report, I take
Yeah, I was
it.
just gonna-
And so
Yeah,
it would
we-
be...
yeah.
We would be reporting that in our financial statement, so there's been no changes to those special deposit accounts and the way that they've been established, and they're required to produce financial reports.
And so to the extent that we are now replacing the net asset holding entity, that will, whatever name the new entity takes, there will be a reporting.
Well, that was a policy
Yeah.
that was approved by the former government, and so it's just a change in policy and direction.
Can I just now turn to Rose Hill? Who should I talk to? Besides you,
Well,
Mr.
you can start with me and I'll...
There is currently the consideration of the Rose Hill, just called by some an unsolicited proposal. I would prefer to call it a solicited, unsolicited proposal, but anyway, let's not play politics here. In relation to the consideration of that proposal, to what extent is Treasury involved in assessing the application as it currently stands?
So we're involved at a working group level and also on the steering committee that oversees the assessment process. So I'm a participant together with colleagues on the steering committee and Treasury colleagues in the commercial team.
Panel,
we'll be on the evaluation panel.
So you possibly heard me ask the Treasurer a question in relation to a figure being used of this as a site which will support 25,000 new homes. Does Treasury have any role in assessing the validity or otherwise, or the deliverability of the housing strategy for that site?
The evaluation committee certainly will, and the steering committee oversighting the process certainly will. So obviously one of the the overriding potential public interest here is to accelerate the supply of housing in the centre of Sydney in a remarkably well located precinct. So having a view about the reasonableness and deliverability of a number of houses in what sequence is going to be a key part of the assessment.
Well, the figure being bandied around, of course, is that this is going to support up to 25,000. I should qualify. There is no way of currently verifying that figure, or
well, obviously,
is that part of the process?
It is. We're in the second stage of the process, and collectively, that's has to be explored in real detail. I understand that at just a sort of the level of a sense check, perhaps to describe it that way, 20 to 25,000 dwellings doesn't seem unreasonable.
Well,
but that's a long way from level of confidence.
And assuming that is right, part of the assessment process would include an assessment in relation to the ability to deliver infrastructure. And I don't necessarily mean the railway station, but I potentially mean roads and sewerage and all
schools
those schools and everything else to the site. So that the 25,000 potential, and this is, and I'm not binding you to how this process works, but they would all have to be considered as part of.
Yes.
That's a significant body of work, is it not?
Yes, it is, but we are in deep in a housing crisis, and there's a lot of people and time and attention and resources across government being directed to any and all feasible solutions, short, medium, long-term solutions to the undersupply of housing. So it's important work. Yes, it'll consume resources, absolutely, but for the potential gain of up to 25,000 well-located dwellings, seems worth it.
On the basis of what you've said today, when would the first dwelling actually be delivered?
Well, that's the subject of the discussions and negotiations that are underway.
Because we've got a crisis here and now.
Yep.
And whilst I understand the rhetoric surrounding the need for the delivery of housing, in some ways that can't mask the fact that this is a very complicated site to deliver, and the housing attached to this site will be a very complicated process, including the sale to potential developers and the like who would have an interest in developing the site, and is not really a short-term proposal, is it?
No doubt, but we are where we are because over 20 years we've been building about 6 houses for every 1,000 residents. Victoria's been delivering 9, Queensland 8, or the other way around, but we've significantly lagged in housing supply. You can't turn it around at scale quickly, and so tackling short-term opportunities is really important, but doing the work now on medium and long-term delivery is equally important to prevent. Hopefully we can come out of this problem and put ourselves in a position where we don't fall back into it.
Did Treasury give any advice about whether the ATC should seek the approval of its members before it proceeds any further?
No, we didn't give advice on that question.
Well, the Premier has told us that for this proposal to proceed at all will require the approval of the membership of the ATC.
Yeah.
So the significant body of work which is being done could be being done against a background where the membership does not approve of the sale.
That's a possibility.
So wouldn't it be prudential to, in fact, be saying to the proponent, we would at least like to know that this has a real chance of approval by the members, and the actual proposal be put to the members before proceeding with that significant body of work?
It's something of a chicken and an egg problem, though, because there needs to be a refinement, a negotiation, a conclusion of the details of the proposal that is then in turn put to members. So I think there's quite a bit of work that has to happen before the fine detail of the proposal, and I guess from the ATC's perspective, what's in it for them is worked out.
Is there a timeline on this process?
There is. I'd need to take that on notice unless colleagues have got a sense. I'm happy to take that on notice.
No.
I don't want to misadvise you.
Well, would we? There are a number of processes in the unsolicited proposal
yes,
process.
exactly. Stage 2 has a time frame. I can't recall what it is. I'll check and respond on notice.
Was any consideration given to asking the ATC itself to contribute to the costs of the consideration of the proposal?
So I think under the USP framework, there are circumstances in which proponents might be asked to meet some of government's costs, and I think that would be true in this case too. Again, I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm unaware myself of whether there was a positive consideration of that question.
Sorry, I was just distracted.
No, I'm just saying that there are circumstances within the process that would see on occasions proponents at some point in the process potentially being asked to meet some of government's costs, and there may be options of that nature in this process, but I take it on notice.
Yep. That's correct.
Thank you. I wanted to talk a bit about, and it was raised in this morning's session about budget paper number 2, that the measures.
Okay.
Well, sorry, I should say not the current budget paper number 2, the
Performance and Wellbeing Framework.
Yes. So yes. I wanted to see where that was at in terms of a replacement for the measures statement. The Treasurer said, I think in the previous estimates, that that you're going to have a look at it and look what other jurisdictions are doing and see what best practice might be. Where are things?
Well, I'm going to pass to my colleague Joanne Mookhey, for whom this is her special subject.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Rath. So, as you may recall, there was a separate consultation paper that was issued with the budget for the Performance and Wellbeing Framework. At that time, we also opened up a public consultation through the Have Your Say website. That consultation is ongoing and will be ongoing for the next couple of months. The Finance Minister, will be hosting a roundtable here in Parliament House on the framework in, I think, October or November. So basically, we're currently in consultation with the general public with the aim of bringing that all together for the final framework to be presented in next year's budget.
Right, okay. So we expect something for next year's.
That's right, yes.
And is Treasury as well looking at those other jurisdictions, other states, the Commonwealth, maybe even international jurisdictions, about what they do and some of the budgeting processes and presentation of papers that we might learn from them?
Yes, we have done a lot of work on that. Primarily, that interjurisdictional research and comparison was done last year. The framework itself draws very heavily on the Commonwealth's framework, but also it draws a lot on the OECD's expression of what wellbeing is and the indicators, the elements that you would include in a wellbeing framework. But we've also looked at what other jurisdictions have done in Australia, so the ACT, but also had a look at what Wales and New Zealand and others have done. So.
And it will be an outcomes-based budget paper.
So the Performance and Wellbeing Framework will address two issues. One, the government's requirement and obligation to report on performance of government and delivery of services and that sort of thing, and providing those performance indicators within that broader wellbeing framework. The extent to which the framework so outcomes budgeting was one of the purposes of that was to sort of try and get that bottom-up look at expenditure across the whole gamut of government expenditure. We are still working through, that's one of the consultation pieces on how we're going to use this framework, or how this framework will be presented to interrogate into, that broader government expenditure in that sense.
Okay, no, thank you. Thanks for that. I might turn to just a couple of questions on Tahi.
Okay.
I don't know if you can help me with that.
I'll do my best, Mr. Rath. Yeah.
Well, someone's got to know something about it.
Not many people know much about it. I just wanted to, and it sort of just follows on from my questions this morning. I was wondering, in terms of the consultants that Tahi, or the soon-to-be new entity, are using, what does CVIS Professional Services, what do they, do you know what they
No, I don't.
advise on?
How is it spelt? Is there an E or
no? It's CIVAS.
No, I don't, but we'll take that on notice and get a response from
and also E3 Advisory. There's two consultants that are listed as on the e-tendering website, but yeah,
no, I'm sorry, that
what they're advising on, and
doesn't ring a bell, but we'll see if we can find out.
Great, thank you. I was wondering if you could provide an update on the budget savings that have been managed to be achieved through the freezing of executive pay. What's the total savings from that?
And parliamentary pay. So it's a happy discussion for all of us.
Yeah, we're in the same boat as you, Mr. Coonstrotter.
Suffice to say, they are on track. I'm just looking for their contribution to the savings target. I think it was about $240-something million, $285 million over 2 years. is their contribution to the overall savings target from pay ferries for the SES and parliamentarians. The SES reduction, the 15% reduction, is a further $460 million over 4 years.
Yeah. Ms Livingston, were you going to say something?
I was going to say that that money was taken out of budgets
Yeah.
last year, so
Yeah.
the saving in essence has been achieved
In
that
last year's
sense.
budget papers.
In that sense, and the actual reductions in senior executives are achieved in line with agency budgets.
And that's pretty much through natural attrition, isn't it? So senior executives
we're
part of it?
Where possible,
Yeah.
but a 15% reduction, I think, as has been conceded by me and by colleagues, will from time to time involve a termination and therefore compensation. But we're trying to keep that to a minimum, obviously.
And how much has been saved through your budget savings to labour hire?
Well, again, I will anticipate a comment from my colleague, Ms Livingston. It's been taken out of the budget, $410 million over 4 years. Together with the other savings, we are waiting for the audited 23-24 results and therefore the final numbers, but taken as a whole, we're definitely on track. So the savings have actually been removed from agency budgets, but we are tracking various categories of expenditure: travel, advertising, legal, consultancy and contractors. And they all appear to be well and truly on track for the 4-year savings target, but the 23-24 numbers are yet to be finalised.
Right.
Yeah.
And is there any breakdown of sort of by type of work or industry, profession?
In the contractor savings?
Yeah, so is it mainly, when we talk about labour hire, what sort of are the main savings that are being made? What type
I think I'd have to take that on notice, unless my colleagues can help.
We don't, the election commitment didn't require us to look at that breakdown. We do track by agency their reductions. A lot of labour hire expenditure tends to be in the ICT space, where it's harder to attract permanent staff, or it's less necessary because a lot of the work is project based. But we don't track breakdown by profession across.
Right, just by department, for instance, or agency. Yeah. Okay. But you think mainly savings in ICT? Is that in terms of the nature of it, or a large proportion?
There's a proportion would be in ICT, but it's across the board, and agencies have been converting roles into permanent ongoing roles rather than using labour hire, but there's a whole mix of professions that are impacted, but there is a large proportion of labour hire that is ICT, so that proportionately is higher.
In terms of the short-term rental accommodation that was touched on earlier this morning, is the Treasury currently undertaking any work in terms of that a potential short-term rental accommodation tax or charge like other jurisdictions have?
Currently, no. We did do some modelling on a range of options, but not at the moment, no.
I think the Treasurer identified 3 options.
From memory, there were, yeah, and we did work on those. As I understand it, of course, as Minister Jackson, as the Housing Minister, has lead on the response to the consultation process.
Might be more question for when we have the finance minister appear, but if you're able to provide an update on the debt that other states owe us, or is that more of an OSR?
Yeah, so this is largely those.
Mr. Kutsura straddles both, so...
Yeah.
We're talking about the people in Queensland and the money they owe us.
Yeah, and anything else. I don't know if there are any other items in terms of the debts that other states owe to New South Wales, but I'm just wondering what still sits on our balance sheet, so to speak.
Perhaps we can be aware that you will definitely ask that in the finance section, and we'll make sure we're prepared for it.
Okay, great. Thank you. And if there's anything, I'm not even sure, but it's more just an inquisitive mind. Is there anything outside of COVID-related debt that other states owe us as well? I'm not sure if there would be anything, but maybe just to prepare you maybe for that estimates in terms of the what other states owe us and what's sort of COVID-related and non-COVID-related, if I can put it that way.
You could say of the Commonwealth Grants Commission process that pretty much every state owes
Yeah, well,
us.
that's true. Excluding horizontal fiscal equalisation, what do other states owe New South Wales?
Okay, important constraint.
Yeah. Very good. Just seeing what else I've got.
While you're looking,
Yep.
perhaps I can ask this. There's been a clean-up at the Rozelle interchange.
Yes.
What does that currently cost us to do that clean-up? And are the people of New South Wales paying for that clean-up, or are there others who are responsible for the asbestos contamination who should be responsible for that clean-up?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I'll look to my colleague Tom Gellibrand in case he's got that information. That will be known, and obviously Transport had the lead on that, but it's... I'll take that on notice. I'll give my colleague in Transport a heads up as well.
Given that potentially the contractor who did the work relating to the asbestos has been cleared of any liability, is there any other avenue? And perhaps again, I'm jumping the gun on that. The impact of industrial activity by the ETU.
Yes.
Has any work been done in relation to measuring the impact of current industrial activity by the ETU on government projects?
I might turn to Tom on that. You might have information of use to the committee. Thank you.
It mightn't work either.
Your question goes to the measurement of the impact, which we haven't done, but what we have done is liaised with contractors over the last month or so just to give them an opportunity to share with government what disruptions may be occurring on sites. Our particular interest at the time was in relation to the CFMEU, which just to give them a forum to provide feedback on if there were disruptions and what were the nature of the disruptions. As part of that engagement, the responses were quite muted. We didn't actually get a lot of information. But along the way, a number of contractors and indeed government agencies indicated that the activities of the ETU were impacting on the completion of certain projects, as well as sort of the ongoing commissioning of elements of projects. And that goes to, my recollection is, work associated with the M7, M12 roadworks, as well as one of the buildings in and around the Aerotropolis.
And potentially Prince Alfred Hospital, I think. There was some major construction work currently happening.
The nature of the disruption is when a project is nearing completion and needs to be commissioned. So quite often when you're in the build phase, you're using alternative power. Sometimes it's generators or temporary power arrangements, but to bring the asset to life, you need to formally commission it, and effectively you need to plug it in. And that's when the ETU or workers that are working under the sort of banner of the ETU come on and do that final work. And in many cases, the reports that we received indicated that arrangements were made for the connection to be undertaken, and then it was cancelled. So that activity relates to the ETU who are seeking to get their own award changed and reviewed, which is an industrial relations matter. And INSW doesn't have a role in industrial relations. But under to your point, which is about the calculation of the impact, the responsibilities associated with industrial relations largely rest with the contractor. So the contractors, when they're undertaking their work, if they experience delays or costs associated with some industrial dispute, it actually sits essentially on their side of the contract rather than the government's side. So it does have an impact, but it doesn't necessarily flow that impact comes directly to government.
Well, currently the ETU are engaging in protected industrial action. There is a mechanism to make an application to, in respect of that protected industrial action for the purposes of removing the protection. And I think it's called a 424 application to the Fair Work Commission. That application would need to be accompanied by some sort of statement of economic impact. So for the purposes of establishing the economic impact, would Treasury be in a position to calculate the economic impact of that industrial action?
Certainly at today, the short answer would be no. That would rest much more closely with the agencies involved because they've got their contract, or their principles of the contract with the contractor. I know Endeavour Energy is much more closely involved.
And Transgrid, they're certainly very impacted.
Yeah.
And I have some recollection, and probably more a nightmare, associated with action being taken by the RTBU, where we brought a 424, and the chief economist had to, I don't know if the chief economist is a role currently in Treasury.
No, no longer.
No longer. Yeah, well, at the time, the chief economist provided evidence in respect of the economic impact of the industrial action which was being taken.
Yeah.
Who would it fall to if, in fact, that evidence was required for the purposes of bringing an application under Section 424?
Well, in that case, of course, Treasury provided evidence because we were the counterparty to the industrial dispute.
Yep.
I would imagine in the situations that Mr. Gellibrand is describing, the relevant employer would need to seek economic advice to bring that evidence before the Commission.
But
so it is possible for government to support that. However, I think the challenge at the moment is, as Mr. Gellibrand said, the risk effectively lies with the contractor, and it will be estimating the damage will depend on how much claims or how many claims we get as government, and currently we don't have an estimate of that to estimate economic loss due to that action. So until claims start coming through and understanding what claims have validity or don't have validity, that is still to be determined. So we don't really have an economic cost.
The nature of Section 424, it is the state makes the application because of the impact on the state economy. So it would require, I suppose, the collating of that material.
That's right.
For the purposes of the impact on the state of the continued industrial activity. And there are a significant number of projects currently impacted, that the government projects. It's probably not within the remit of anyone at this table, but at some stage someone's got to turn their mind to making such an application. Has anyone canvassed with Treasury the potential to make such an application?
Yeah, so obviously ourselves with the delivery agencies are looking at that very closely.
Sorry?
Ours as Infrastructure New South Wales with the delivery agencies are definitely looking into this very, very closely, because ultimately a lot of it is will be impacts on infrastructure projects, whether they're budgets and when they finish.
Is there potential blowouts in those budgets?
Potentially, but the problem, as I said, is contractually the risk is still for industrial relations with the contractor, and it will be when claims come to understand what can be actually compensated, or which can be contractor can be compensated or not. And this is still very early stages to know what that number is, or how much that will impact budgets, whether they can be managed through existing contingencies or whether be asked on additional funds from the budget. So there is definitely disruption, and there will definitely be claims, but we just don't know how much these are, and we're working with the delivery agencies closely to understand what that impact might be, to be able to kind of inform our colleagues in Treasury as to what that damage might be. And that will be the basis of any, as you mentioned, economic impact or economic loss that can inform any application to the Fair Works Commission on the protected industrial action.
Perhaps I will take some of this up with the Industrial Relations Minister. Now, I have to ask a question on tolling. There was some reporting in relation to tolling that there is a significant number of people who are entitled to claim rebates in relation to the $60 cap per week who are not making those applications. Do we know currently what the level of unclaimed cap money is?
No, but I know that I was one of them. I read that, and I went to Service New South Wales.
Did you make the claim?
Actually, I had a toll rebate. So, I'm not sure about the distributional fairness of that, but anyway. Donna, do you have a...
No, I think it's information that Transport would be keeping and holding. It's not something that Treasury itself is administering or anything.
Well, Mr. Castrota, you must have made the application. No. Did you find the application process a complicated process?
No, I didn't. I found it remarkably straightforward.
Did you? Because linked accounts and all those sort of things, did you have to go through that process first?
No, I found that my
Mr. Deverill shaking his head, he obviously
my identity was already authenticated within the system. It was just a matter of press claim and then plug in a bank account details.
But don't you have to also certify various things about the trips that you're taking?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well,
might be user error, Damien.
No, I think they're on to me. Might I suggest then, why isn't it a simpler system that if people have a linked account, you must know whether they have reached the cap? And an automatic opportunity to... If you've gone over your $60 a week, then if Service New South Wales have access to your bank account details, they could just automatically make the payment to your account.
Perhaps I'll draw that to the attention of my colleague Graham Head, who has
I'm sure
departmental responsibility for Service New South Wales.
When someone like you, and to a degree, I went through the same process when I went that you did. I read the article and went and actually did the process. I thought, why don't they just pay me the money if they know that I have gone over the $60 and pay that into my account? I asked some questions this morning about the negotiations with the concessionaries.
Yes.
In relation to, I suppose, reaching some agreement. Are there various models that Treasury is currently considering for the purposes of what a model which would be acceptable to the concessionaries and to Treasury going forward, where I suppose there is a no worse off provision contained in the agreement?
So I think we should be a little bit cautious about being too descriptive of our preparation to engage in a negotiation on behalf of the taxpayer.
And I understand that.
So the government, of course, is yet to respond formally to the Fells Cousins report, and that will come in due course. Together with Transport, we're engaged in two broad streams of work. Some of that work involves modelling a range of network and price changes to help inform, I guess, the government's negotiating position, a preferred position. And as you saw from our procurement processes, we are putting together what we hope will be an A-grade team to engage in discussions and negotiations with the concession holders.
I take it there are all sorts of models which could be looked at. Is one of the guiding factors that Treasury is taking in respect of this process that they want a consistent tolling method across Sydney? So the government, wherever tolling is in place.
Well, the report recommended one particular model.
Yep.
There are alternatives and there are permutations within that model. Some of those are being further modelled for government consideration, but the government's yet to receive that work and make a decision, so I'm not really in a position to describe it.
The modelling's being done in case the government wanted to go down the path of, say, a two-way toll on the Harbour Bridge or Eastern Distributor, like those.
That will be
was
modelled.
done as part of the independent toll review. The independent toll review modelling was done on the basis of two-way tolling on the harbour crossings and the Eastern Distributor. And we're now doing further modelling on different options, some of which includes two-way tolling and some of which doesn't. So it's still open for consideration by government.
Is distance-based tolling being looked at as a potential option?
Well, that was what the concessionaires, the toll road partners suggested in their letter to the independent toll review. They suggested a distance-based but not a declining distance model. And they also suggested that it was corridor-based, so that they still had control over the revenue on particular roads, rather than it being one network with the declining distance, where revenue would be sort of mixed across the network.
Did you have more on tolling, Damien?
No.
Do you want? Can I? Yeah. In terms of wages and productivity, has the New South Wales Productivity Commission been involved at all, or have you sought his advice or the Commission's advice on productivity improvements in the public sector?
So yes, the Productivity and Equality Commissioner, new focus, has been involved, as have other areas of Treasury. The Industrial Relations Commission has sought submissions from the government and other parties on the existing set of wage fixing principles, and as part of that, we have contributed some work on conceptual approaches to assessing productivity in public services. So that will be part of the government submission. I think there's a two-step process where initial submissions are received and then participants can make further submissions in relation to the first round of submissions. We've put some work into it. We'll probably put more work into it once we see what other parties make by way of submission to the Commission.
And is that something the Productivity and Equality Commissioner will release publicly, or is it advice to Treasury and the Treasurer?
The product of it is a submission to the Industrial Relations Commission, which will be public. It goes in under the signature of the Secretary of the Premier's Department. So that is definitely public, plus potentially a second iteration of our submissions.
Well, can I just ask something, Angela? You would have observed that the Treasurer and I had some discussion this morning about wages.
Yes.
It certainly... the budget provides for the forwards based on 10.5% wage increases.
Yes, it does.
There is no provision in the budget, is there, for wage increases over and above that amount?
Unless to the extent they are paid for by offsets within an agency, or there may be a situation where what comes out of a process of mutual gains bargaining is a significant improvement in perhaps the quality of a service that government's prepared to pay a bit for.
And how would you assess that?
On a case-by-case basis.
But if in fact, for example, the Fire Brigade Employees Union are successful in their arbitration claim and the Industrial Relations Commission awards them a 15% pay increase, that 15% absent the internal savings potentially, which wouldn't form part of the decision, would it?
Of the Commission? No.
So a 15% finding by the Commission would...
It wouldn't, except to the extent that perhaps the proposal involves some workplace change that's contained within a new award.
If in fact that 4.5% additional over and above the 10.5% is awarded by the Commission, that's not budgeted for, is it?
No, but like any, as you would know from your experience in government, things happen all the time.
They do happen.
I've discovered in this job bad things happen, almost no good things happen. So there's always, of course, for the Treasurer, for other senior ministers, you have to deal with the developments as they happen. So if there was a significant additional arbitrated decision from the Commission, obviously government has a range of choices available on how it funds that increase, either by savings within the relevant agency or savings elsewhere in the public sector. So it wouldn't necessarily mean a dollar for dollar increase in public sector expenditure. There could be offsets.
Yeah, well, and that might have to. They're clearly their decisions.
They're decisions for government.
For government.
Yeah.
But in fact, the budget papers in fact identify that there is risk in findings by the Industrial Relations Commission over and above the 10.5%.
Yes.
So until such time as there is a finding by the Industrial Relations Commission, the government's position is that it has no more money other than the 10.5%, which is included in the budget.
The base offer is 10.5%, but there are processes of either mutual gains bargaining if the industrial counterparty wants to engage in that process, conciliation by the Commission, and ultimately arbitration. Obviously, if you approach those things in good faith, you retain an open mind to consider and potentially accept proposals that are of value to public service delivery, of value from the employer's perspective, as well as something that shares benefits with public sector workers.
So, if I take the specific example of the Fire Brigade Employees Union, have any such negotiated positions being on the table and sought to be negotiated?
I don't have close enough knowledge of that negotiation to know.
Doesn't Treasury have some oversight of the bargaining principles which are adopted by the agency?
Yes, we do. Obviously in this process, agencies engage in discussions that may identify initiatives that they then want to bring back through a formal process for consideration by the Expenditure Review Committee.
Well, has that occurred in relation to the Fire Brigade Employees Union, where proposals have been brought back for consideration?
I don't think so, but I'll just check with Liz.
There have been various iterations of proposals that have gone to Expenditure Review Committee, but obviously can't comment on the Cabinet in confidence nature.
No, I'm not.
But how they relate to the time frame of the negotiation, I can't recall, to be honest.
But that notwithstanding potentially that the bargaining parameters are there, has the government changed its bargaining parameters to try and resolve the issue with the Fire Brigade Employees Union?
I have to take that on notice, unless Liz has got clear recollection.
The government has considered options put forward by the agency.
Well then, is there a similar process and bargaining principles which have applied to the Nurses and Midwives Union and the negotiations with that body? Because they say they've had 10 meetings with the agency. Has there been any variation in the bargaining principles adopted by the agency?
The bargaining parameters encompass more than a wages offer, so there are often things that come forward for ERC to consider that might cover other aspects of mutual gains bargaining.
So there have been various iterations and considerations of issues that have come out of that process. I mean, it's not set and forget. I mean, it is a genuine process of trying to reach a negotiated result, if possible.
Certainly none of those iterations have included an increase, have they, over and above the 10.5% for either union? Well, I can see their website, so I know.
I mean, I refer you to the Treasurer's comments this morning.
So the government's position is that currently the position is 10.5% is all that the government has on the table for wage negotiations. There was some discussion, did you ask, about the proposals relating to point of consumption tax.
Yes.
Is there active consideration in respect of a new tax in relation to, or an increase in tax for the point of consumption tax?
There is a process to engage in discussions with Tabcorp and racing codes and entities and others in response to the proposal put to government by Tabcorp, which encompasses a range of things, but as was clear in the discussion this morning with the Treasurer, you're aware that part of that proposal is a proposal to change the rate of the point of consumption tax. But in essence, of course, the racing distribution agreement legislation requires that there be one. The nature of it is a commercial agreement between Tabcorp and the racing codes, so it's quite complex.
The Education Minister gave evidence in respect of current and ongoing negotiations in respect of the Commonwealth State Agreement, Commonwealth State Funding Agreement.
Yep.
Prior to the election, the now government made a commitment that if the Commonwealth didn't meet the gap, then, quotes, we would. Is there any provision in the budget for any contribution to meet any gap which is not being met by the Commonwealth?
Well, the government's position, stated many times by the Deputy Premier and others, is that the 23-24 budget accelerated the path to the state reaching 75% of SRS at some cost, and the government's position is that they are seeking the Commonwealth to 25% close the gap.
And the Commonwealth currently is stuck at 20%. Is that not the case?
Yes, I think that's the case.
Is it?
Yep.
They've offered 22.5.
Yes,
that's right.
Yeah, but they currently fund 20.
So, if an agreement cannot be reached in respect of the 5%, will that additional 5% be met by?
Well, that's a hypothetical and a matter for government consideration if and when that scenario becomes real.
It was a commitment by the government prior to the election that it would fund it. There's currently no funding.
Look, you're putting that to me. I don't dispute it, but really that's more appropriately put to a minister.
In relation to infrastructure funding, there has been a reduction in infrastructure. This might be too broad a question, but if you accept the position that there are percentage increases of funding year on year,
yes,
has there been a reduction in infrastructure funding year on year for health and education?
Sorry, if you accept the proposition. So are you, sorry, is it a question directed at what is a real increase?
Correct.
Well, I suppose that's arithmetic to a degree.
Yeah.
But this is a $119 billion 4-year infrastructure program. I think in the vernacular it's enormous.
I agree with that.
And it is 71% debt funded. So the government has tried to balance a set of priorities between health, education, public transport particularly, while having a program that is at a scale where it can be delivered with reasonable value for money, can be delivered in a reasonable time frame, and doesn't generate a growth in debt that is unmanageable within our budget. So these are trade-offs.
With the just so while we're on this, with the metro.
Yeah.
So wanted to get an understanding of the first stage, so to Chatswood, then the second stage from Chatswood to Marden Place. How was
Sydenham
to Sydenham? Sorry, to Sydenham. How was the first stage funded, and how was the second stage funded? So just ignoring the next bit to Bankstown and the proposal out to Parramatta.
Oh, meaning source of funds.
Yeah.
Well, some of it would have come from the proceeds of asset sales cycled through Restart, I would imagine. Mm-hmm. The exact proportions I don't know. Perhaps my colleagues don't. No. We don't have that.
Yeah.
We could.
Yeah, just curious. The percentage that was asset recycling versus what was the rest of it, debt or consolidated revenue or whatever part was.
Okay, we'll do our best with that. I mean, this year's infrastructure program is 71% debt, 8% Restart, and the balance is funded by the cash surplus.
Earlier infrastructure, though, years ago would have probably had a higher Restart proportion and probably less.
No, that's right. The mix would have been a bit different. That's true. Yeah. Okay.
When I've been to Japan and explaining the budget to Japanese investors, we have it on a time-based approach over the last 6 or 7 years.
Very helpfully, my colleague David Devil has some slides that were pitched for Japanese investors.
When I go to Japan, they want to know where the money's going. So I've been going to Japan for the last number of years, and those slides have changed from sort of a Restart contribution being dominant to debt being dominant, which is where we are today.
Yeah,
so we've got the information, so we can help.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe the first stage, then the second stage of Sydenham, third stage to Bankstown.
It won't be specific to a particular project. It'll be at the whole level.
Infrastructure pipeline.
Yeah, money's fungible, as you know, so but at the macro level we can get that.
Okay, no, that would be.
It took me a while to work out money's fungible.
That would be interesting. The other, I'd stop on property investors. Okay. Yeah. On the tax on foreign investors, so in the property industry, how much revenue is that raising at the moment, and
what will the increases raise?
Yeah.
Joanne, do you have that to hand?
I just need to find the right.
So this is the impost on stamp duty and the impost on land tax for foreign investors. Yeah. Do you have any follow-on questions while my colleague?
I suppose curiously the number of properties as well that it would impact.
Yeah. So I can give you the two in aggregate. It's the increase in foreign investor surcharges across both stamp duty and land tax is $188 million over 4 years. The number of properties we'd take on notice unless you've got that to hand.
I don't have the number of properties, but for the foreign investor surcharge on transfer duty, that will raise 187.5 million over the 4 years, 27-28. Sorry, I just need to find.
Oh, so the land tax is additional. Okay, thank you.
And while you're finding that, probably the other issue is, and you know, the previous government as well increased the tax on foreign investors at one point. What that experience showed, and also how you've modelled future increases on the number of properties potentially going down as a result of the tax going up. So basically, my question is, does increasing the tax on foreign investors lead to lower transactions? Like, is it an effective measure if the aim would be to reduce, you know, is it having that impact?
No, we're happy to give you a response on notice, but just looking at the profile of the anticipated increase on stamp duty, it falls over time, which suggests it will trigger a behavioural response.
Yeah, like most taxes.
Can I just jump in there,
sure.
Mr. Ruff? Secretary, in terms of the review of the point of consumption tax, it's been, the press release says that the government will enter into a formal process for the review. Could you tell us what that process is?
A formal process to deal with the proposal from Tabcorp, which contained many elements, one of which touched on tax, but I think, as the Treasurer made clear, I mean, the government has a prerogative on tax decisions anyway. However, of course, there is a complex interaction between the agreements between TAB and the racing industry and the taxation of both on-course, off-course and online gambling and its distribution back to the racing code. So it's kind of intermingled. You can't deal with Tabcorp's proposal without thinking about the tax settings as well.
But it's Treasury that's overseeing that process?
Yes.
They're the lead agency in that?
Yes.
And what capacity, if any, do other agencies, bodies have to be involved in that process? Is the government considering hearing from other departments or
So I will
not NGOs or
well, within government, obviously there's some key government partners, including liquor gaming and racing, that we would involve in this. But I might take that on notice if that's okay.
The release doesn't mention any review of the... I did raise it with the Treasurer this morning. I can't quite recall exactly what he said. I'll have to wait for the transcript. But it doesn't mention the threshold at which the POCT kicks in New South Wales is $1 million. Is that something that is
I see, the tax-free threshold.
Yeah, the tax-free threshold. Is that being reviewed as part of the process?
I in truth don't know, so perhaps I can take that on notice unless one of my colleagues do. I don't think that is part of Tabcorp's proposal, but that doesn't preclude government from considering it as part of considering Tabcorp's proposal.
All right, thank you, Secretary.
Sorry, I can answer those questions now. So sorry, the 187.5 million is the FIS, foreign investor surcharge for transfer and land tax.
Okay.
But it breaks down, it's about 125 from foreign investor surcharge related to transfer duty and about 62 related to land tax. I don't have the property numbers in terms of additionals and that sort of thing, but There's around 2,000 properties purchased by foreign investors each year.
Right.
So it's less than 1% of property transactions.
Yeah, okay. And maybe just the, I think, I think you said you were going to take it on notice when it was increased in, what was it, 2020 or something? What was the behavioural change? Was there a reduction in the number of foreign investors as a result of the increase? How sort of sticky was the,
we can.
that would be great.
Well, everyone, do you have any other questions, Mr. Tudor?
I was going to ask about GST, but I won't.
Well, if you feel like we can ask your...
Well, I just, in relation...
Well, I want to dispute some of the assumptions in your earlier questions.
Okay, well, well, when in the half-yearly statement, when the Treasurer makes his assessment in relation to GST grants from the Commonwealth Grants Commission, he was... That figure was in error, was it not?
Yeah. So from basics, you've got the GST pool.
Yep.
You've got the state's population share of that pool, and then you've got the black box process, or the very complicated process applied by the Commonwealth Grants Commission to determine your relative fiscal strength and to equalise accordingly. We had assumed at the time of the half yearly that our share would go from 0.92, in other words, 92% of our population share of whatever the pool was, down to 0.88 of our population share of the pool. So we were forecasting a fall in our relativities anyway. The Commonwealth Grants Commission ingested a whole lot of data from the 2021 census, as well as data from other states, and knocked our share down immediately to 0.87. So we went from 0.92 to 0.87, which is the single largest one-year drop in relativities ever.
You should have been able to calculate that.
Well,
so like,
let me just dispute that a little bit. So a lot of this is driven by the Commonwealth Grants Commission analysis of census data we didn't have. It's informed by data submissions from states that are not shared between states on every occasion. And to the extent anybody else forecasts our relativity, and West Australia does, they were more wrong than we were. The Commonwealth doesn't provide any forecasts of state relativities. The Commonwealth Grants Commission won't do it. It is an inherently difficult thing to do. Over 13 years, we look back over our tax forecasting accuracy, and in 10 out of 13 years, we have been more accurate in our forecasts than the average of all the other states. So the one thing you know about revenue forecasts is they will be wrong. The question is in what direction and by how much. It was a 6% miss, which for us is a bad result. We've got some independent help to review the way we do it. We've spoken to Queensland, Victoria, and we will do whatever we can to improve the model we use for forecasting. But I think there is a somewhat unreasonable expectation of how accurate people can be. I heard it expressed by the former Treasurer, Mr. Perrottet, in his valedictory, and I understand it. But
he also had some very harsh words to say about predictions in relation to stamp duty revenue.
Absolutely.
Which were very understated prior to the last election, and which created...
People make honest... I mean, it's forecasting. People do their very best. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Cootes-Trotter.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That concludes the questions for today. We very much appreciate you taking the time to come and give evidence. The Secretariat will be in contact in due course with any matters that were taken on notice. But again, thank you very much and good afternoon.